Wow, ladies and gentlemen, did you know I'm Pronogo? I hope so, because it would be really weird if you didn't know that somehow. We are about to begin our one and only weekend wage. It is our first weekend wage on Sunday in some time. And while last time around we had, 12 or 13 players? I think it was 13. And our all-time record was 15, all the way back in weekend wage number 7 or something like that. We now have 16 players signed up and showed up for weekend wage. Even despite a couple of cancellations. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty damn sick. So we're going to be getting into our opening matchup, and we will have a very wonderful one because we get to play on Aegis. This is a map that Veek7 himself made, and we're going to be playing some ZVT. Now, you might be wondering, not so many Terran players exist, Pronogo, but you'd be wrong because I think they're the most signed up race here. Cranking down, switching over to it, and then a whole bunch of other Terrans in general signing up kind of last minute. Vilius, Pisens, Slav was not last minute, but Kutiam not last minute either. They both were there hanging out. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting journey that we all go on, where we really, this might be our longest weekend wage, not because it is a a tournament that has a lot of players, although that is a component of it. But we will absolutely be seeing a lot of players playing a lot of Terran, and if Terran versus Terran is anything to go by, it takes a while. It takes a while, even in Cosmonarchy. So I'm just saying we could end up in a situation where there's going to be some real silly game lengths here. But we'll see. We'll find out. We're currently waiting on Alexander, who also switched to Terran, for this one event only, to return home and play with Siki, it looks like. And we have our players in the lobby. I will ask them if they are ready, and we will get started with our first game. Straight into it, just about. And here we go. We're going to be featuring Slav, a Russian Terran who actually plays all the different races, I think, and has featured in a couple of casts here and there, against none other than Zero Brain Cell Zerg user, aka Hit 'em Up, has joined us for this event. And so, of course, I had to check it out and see what he is doing. We are on the latest pre-release with all kinds of new models, and it looks like Slav will be scouting very quickly, and he is not scouting the right direction unless this is a proxy, in which case I'm very excited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Weekend Wage. We've got all kinds of dudes. Dude, 16 viewers would be pretty cool. 16 players? Are you kidding me? I'm a little giddy on that one. Typically, we also get way higher than 60 viewers, but that's okay. That's once we actually build into it, we I think on our grudge match we peaked at like 45 to 50, somewhere around there if you factor in the Twitch and YouTube concurrence together. So it was pretty hype. It was definitely pretty hype. So it will be Hit 'em Up moving forward with a worker scout after his Larvosk Open, and he has removed himself from the Vespine for now. And yeah, I mean, surely Slav knows this map, right? He's aware. No, okay, that was just a misfire. He didn't realize it was a top left, top right spawn. I will point out when you load into the lobby, it does ping the start location, so that does feel like maybe Slav missed the mark, unless that is a feature of this map that hasn't been added, in which case we're gonna do that. But either way, I was really hoping it was a proxy, but it will not be. It is a Cyprian first out of this stockade, which is somewhat appropriately timed, maybe a little bit slow. Slav is a newer player, but I wouldn't expect him to have too many difficulties with early game build orders. He's played enough games to know that kind of stuff. So the Mason will actually sneak in and get a scout in without Hit 'em Up knowing that it was out on the map. That might, by itself, confuse him a little bit, Like, wait, where were you? Did you build something? And now he's just going to get heckled a little bit. But the pool is about 3/4 of the way complete. We won't be seeing too much harassment based on that. The Cyprian hanging out. Second one going to be made here. I don't predict that Slav will give Hit 'em Up much resistance, and he is just, oh man, he's such a frustrating beast when it comes to the Zerg race. He does the most absolutely illegal things possible and gets away with it. So we'll see what he wants to do. Making 3 pairs of Zeths, and yes, that icon does not deceive you. We've got some new models, new eye candy to show off in this update to Cosmonarchy compared to the last weekend wage, and compared even to our show match, our grudge match. And there they are. The Zeth's now going to be bounding away as a Kagrin gets made at the ramp. So there's going to be that second Larvosk. This one will be a Circuith almost assuredly, especially since the gas isn't quite there for it in time. We've got a Vestry coming after the first 3 Cyprians, so there should be no problems with the way that the Zethicores are going to come in. I don't think he's going to attempt to bop them. Although those first couple shots did actually miss based on how fast those units were moving. A little bold to go for an add-on before the vestry, or rather before the stockade is, second stockade is even done. He was not making any military for that time, which is a little abnormal. But maybe he's working up for a Cyprian cleric, bus timing or something like that. I really don't know what to expect out of Slav. I've noticed that he ends up being some of the higher APM players in our AI games when he plays versus AI. He plays all kinds of Cosmonarchy though. But my favorite kind of Cosmonarch is one that does like the co-op versus AI stuff, the comp stomps, as well as, of course, the team games, FFAs. Slav does it all. As long as it's Cosmonarchy, he'll do it all, and including 1v1s, of course. So, very cool, very cool. We do need more proxies, Lucy. I'll take a moment to say hello to chat. I didn't get a chance to do that when I was doing my intros. We just went right into it. We are looking at Cranking Down in the chat there, Vilius in the chat, both players in this event. And then, of course, we have Lucy as Play Cosmonarchy. I hope you guys are all having a good time. Fourth Stockade, Shaman early on. So the Shaman did get buffed. It's 150 of each resource now instead of 200, so a slight price cut. It used to be 100, 100, so we kind of met in the middle. The one Hurakan keeping the Zets at bay, which is kind of interesting. And with Slav's money bank, I'm assuming he's going to be planning on making an expansion sometime soon, which Hit 'em Up has not done, by the way. He's made his Quaz, he's got more Zets coming, and it looks like maybe, I don't know, no Vornath yet, right? He's just making a lot of Larvosk. He's on 5 Larvosk, so 6 larva production. And it looks like, okay, now he's going to go for the expansion. Maybe the Vornath will come after that, considering he's got that 100 gas. Yep, there it is. So that's what I was sort of expecting. I was waiting on that. Though, I do have to wonder, with such a heavy focus on Cyprians, could he just ignore a lot of the moves here? I'm not entirely sure. We are on a map called Aegis, if you guys missed that from the earlier run, or the overlay indeed. I love that Slav is actually keeping this one Hurakan pretty far forward, but, Hit 'em Up's not going to be befuddled by that. He will end up scouting that the Cyprians are moving forward. Now, is this Slav's gambit to take an expansion? He has the money, and it looks like he's just waypointed a worker down there based on his camera movement. So, he's not moving for a bus timing, which is what I was maybe thinking about. But Hit 'em Up has sent a bunch of workers preemptively down to the natural, and he will just be going into a lot of Zeth Vorv. Vilius in the chat wondering if Slav will last more than 10 minutes. And right now it's looking like he's pretty good, but the drop comes in to target down the vestry, and that is going to be not necessarily cataclysmic. Oh, I love the attempted, emergency detonation, but he's just going to go ahead and make a new one. Oh, Hit 'em Up might try to kill it, and he forces a cancel, which maybe didn't need to go down there, but at the very least, he didn't lose any workers. A little bit of lost mining time from some idle guys, and he did pull the whole army back. So whatever he was maybe trying to do over here in the middle is a little bit of an awkward one. Got the Vorvicors out here, as well as the Zets. We don't have a custom Vorv model yet, but we'll get working on it over time. Ministry is nearly complete, but the expansion's already running for Hit 'em Up. And this is the extent of the Terran military. It's set up for a humongous surround. This is not going to end well for the Cyprians. They're going to get absolutely surrounded. The initial mulching and target firing, really good for Slav, but he needed at least, 5 or 6 more Cyprians in order to make that kind of penetration happen. A humongous amount of Zethricors, Vorvs, and a couple of Quads for good measure. So Slav's now been reset in the army count. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold on. There's going to be Zerg, it feels like, flooding from everywhere. The Oboleth is not in a position to drop for a multi-pronged attack, and the Cestus will help sort of, force some of the units into different positions, but I think this is a workable surround here for Hit 'em Up. It does not look like Slav will survive. No cancel on the Cestus, I didn't think I saw, but the Cyprians from the ramp actually force Hit 'em Up back as his Hydra Thin is halfway complete. He's made a lot of units, he's pushed a lot of buttons, and he's got a huge amount of gas, which tells me that he might even go for a cheeky tier 2 into Muta or something like that. Though that would extend the game a little bit longer. What about all those people who were betting on, Slav not surviving very long? He's going to make a Cestus on the high ground, which I kind of like the idea of, floating it back down later, but also, I really liked the, building structures over here to make it so that it was a sort of a wall versus all those melee units. The third base is coming up, and we will have a 5 Quaz drop, actually. The 6th one is trying to get in, but hasn't been able to, so that's very sad for him. Watchdog to watch for those sorts of Ovoleths and other transport maneuvers, air unit maneuvers. Cestus does indeed lift off and start moving over. A fulcrum has been made. A fourth stockade, or fifth rather, is on the way. But ridge cap now for hit him up in the main base. Just pops his natural already done. The ski back's coming. So he's going to save his gas and just use it to augment his existing army, it looks like. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, the new Hydra model on display now as he's made a bunch of those. But clearly he's just going to go Bactyls. So any extra Hydras that we end up with are going to be, you know, just there for eye candy, I guess. We've got a lot of new models here. The Eidolon was remodeled by Solstice. We'll maybe see about that later on. The Zeth and the Hydra by Balefal. And you can see him going ahead and turning them into Bactyls as we speak. 11 of them coming up. That's going to be a real hard sell, because how is Slav supposed to engage on that? He's going for the scrapyard, which I like the idea of. You know, the idea of making a lot of Matadors to try to hold them at the pass, and then using the Cestus or the Clerics if you can't be in the Cestus area. I mean, he's definitely going to want a Shaman or two for the hold versus Bactyls, if he even knows that's coming. But fourth base now coming up for hit him up. Just going to be making unit and winning game here in the opening round of Weekendwage. 16-player bracket, double elimination. And there's that drop. There's a couple of units already in position, so this really shouldn't be too bad. The Cleric also healing the wounded Masons, so this attack isn't really going to go anywhere, but it keeps a little bit of pressure on and makes it so that Sir Slav knows he's not able to just ignore everything. So down it will go. The Ovaleth will scout that the Fulcrum is here. Matadors are being made, but he is going to need more Fulcrums than that, right? I was praising the compositional choice, but I don't think he's got the economy nor the production to actually meet this threat head on. How would he even get himself into a position to deal with the Bactyls either? That's another question. So his star pad is up, and he will be making an Anseal. He's got the right ideas, but he's definitely a little bit late. Tier 2 begins as this attack commences, and that is kind of an indictment all on its own. Matador Cestus Cleric is a really good way to try to hold this, but again, the Cyprians are pulled very far back instead of helping to chew through all the front line. If it was just, you know, some Matadors and Hurricanes with the Cyprians in the back versus these Bactyls, that would be one thing, but Slav is going to drop the G and concede the match, as he knows the Bactyls have gotten the better of him. But he did last for 10 minutes, so take that, Vilius. 300 Hurricanes also would have won. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Oh, looks like we had a power outage here in... Oh, I see. Yeah. There was an issue with Kutium losing power, so they ended up remaking their game. But it was already 9 minutes in. Hanmano versus Kutium, another matchup here. Let's see if we have any other results we can take a look at. So we just concluded our Aegis match here. Before that, there was the Crisis Vector break, and then it looks like Impulsion got remade between Sausage and Thunder. I don't know if they were in the right version or whatnot. And let's see, before that it was, that's unrelated to our stuff. Okay, so Crisis Vector is the map, of course, that Hamano picked. So that means that, we should take a look at the bracket together, of course. I always do that for these weekend wages. Corrosion was picked by Krankendow versus Hippity Hoppity. Looks like Krankendow has secured that victory. Yes, Krankendow does confirm. And on Gilded Wall, we had Pisens versus Newt. It does look like Newt has secured that victory, but I will... Yep, indeed. Okay, that's the confirmation there. So let's take a look at our bracket. Indeed, I'm gonna preemptively get the Zoom going for you guys, and we will find our browser here. Let's do that, and do I have the Restream chat open? Well, I do, but it's really small, so I don't know if it's really that useful. But okay, we'll keep that off then. So let's take a look at our bracket. We will go ahead and save, and then I think we have to start the tournament. There we go. So, we have Newt over Pisens, or Pisens. I always pronounce it incorrectly a few times. Krankendow over Hippity Hoppity. And then we just found out that Hit 'em Up defeated Slav in about 10 minutes. So we're waiting on Cannoli Vilius for Hit 'em Up's bracket to continue. And we are about 15 minutes into the first timing of the match, so we might get some more results feeding in. I'm not sure about George versus Arbuz. I don't know if that one is probably still going on. But we do have a match we can jump into immediately, a TVT between Newt and Krankendow. So I think that's what we will do, because we, of course, want to keep the show rolling on the stream. But just to keep you guys apprised, this game's currently being played. This one, I think they finally got into a lobby together. Let's see here if I can confirm that. I think Vilius has game detection on. So I should be able to... let's see. It doesn't look like he has it on anymore, so I can't actually see. But, I'll let Newt pick the map for Krankendow, and... yeah, winner of this match faces off against Hitema, so... looks like Sausage has just defeated Thunderslaps. Oh, that means we do get P-Sense versus Hippity, so that's a matchup later on. Slav is waiting on the loser of Vilius Cannoli, and what do we have? Thunderslaps here waiting on the loser of Alexander Sicki. Of course, we're waiting on the Sicki match here, but that's because of, as far as I understand anyway, that's because Alexander was getting food and he's still waiting to get home. So hopefully he gets here soon, unless I missed him arriving. Does not look like it. So we have a host here from Newt. I'll go ahead and connect that. I think Arbuz has defeated George, judging by the the commentary there. Okay. So once Hanmano Kutyam is resolved, we will figure out the match there. Currently waiting on Crank to be able to jump into the lobby. George asking who he's up against next. We can confirm it will be the loser of Hanmano Kutyam. So I will be ready whenever the players are ready. They are Newt's the one hosting it, so it sounds like the countdown has initiated. We will be getting into our next matchup here while I scramble the overlay. We have none other than... oh my goodness, this is going to be a laggy game, it looks like. All right. Sorry, I had to do some work on that one. I had to figure that out. So we are on Crisis Vector by the looks of it. Indeed we are. So let us go ahead and get our overlay ready to rock. And we'll be getting into our next matchup here. I am not predicting a good thing for Sir Krankendow in this particular head-to-head. But here we go. It is Newt in the bottom right of Crisis Vector. He is the Tyrian Purple Terran. Oh, it's Cordovan, actually. And then here in the top left, we have none other than Krankendow, who is the Mahogany Terran? Burnt Umber Terran. Okay, well, I'm a little off on the Terran colors, apparently. Fulcrum all ready for both players, although Cranks is a little bit closer to home as opposed to further back. What's up, Fastwads? I saw you play a 1v1 earlier. Hope you're doing well. Also, I forgot to say hi to Green Eggs, although I did react to what he said, so... Hi, Green Eggs. Hope you're doing well. As I understand, you are not able to participate in this here Weekend Wage, but there was an ocean of Terrans, and there still is. Nobody's been eliminated just yet. Crank just scouting out what's going on here. Vulture is going to clear his Mason, but at the very least it did mean that the Vulture had to stay home, and Crankendow can now get out on the map. Left himself a couple lobotomy mines for safety. Has a couple more Vultures on the way. He actually ends up taking a forward position around the northern power generator, rather than working too heavily for some kind of early aggression. I think he just saw the pace of the Vulture production and decided he couldn't really do anything. And it's not always that you will see early aggression with Vultures. But this is a good shout, initially, for Mr. Crank. He could have maybe split his shot a little bit better, and knew it actually could have finished off that other Vulture a little bit faster, but... they're dancing about the mine, and that should be the end of it. Okay, so, you know, up one Vulture, not too bad. But the Cyclops have already begun. Is he going to go for a star pad behind it? He doesn't have the gas? No, he already finished it. Okay, we're going to see a Trojan very quickly here. His scout gets taken out. And it looks like Newt just wants to go ahead for a pretty aggressive drop. But look at what he's got behind this, right? He's going to have his Force Cyclops. He's going to have his Trojan. And then he's not going to have anything if Crankendow just attacks, right? And if the Vultures are nearby enough, he might not even take that much damage, because think about how tanky Masons are. So we got to see how this executes. You know, the anchor on the high ground is definitely a gamble move. And I wonder if Newt thinks this is a strong opener, or if he's a little bit more concerned about something else about it. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, it's interesting. Vulture's now careening around. It does look like Crankendow is going to go for maybe some kind of aggressive push. We're going to have Goliaths out that are hopefully going to be able to endure the wrath of the Vulture, but... I mean, that Trojan's pretty far away from actually landing. It's right in the worst possible area, right in between. So he can't come back for defense, and he can't quite attack. So if Crankendow continues to pressure at the front, this could be real bad. He's got 2 Vultures, and he's going to have 4, yeah, in totality. He's just going to lay the mines. That's all he's going to do here, is lay the mines. So how quickly does he respond to this threat? It comes into his vision, and does he pull the Vultures? No, he pulls his Masons first, which makes some sense. Only lost mining time so far as impact is concerned. You can see Newt maybe looking to try to tail the worker count. He's just trying to continue shutting down mining, right? So he's getting some economic damage dealt from this. But the second ministry's already up, right? So there is that as well. A couple Cyclops do exist here for Crankendow. He can go ahead and start shellacking the Trojan. Yeah, it looks like this will result in a little bit more lost mining time indeed. He's trying to chase down individual Masons, but he will just end up losing most of his Cyclops there. One of them is very low, and the Trojan will be going down shortly here. Only 1 Cyclops as a casualty for Crankendow due to his own splash, and it does look like the Trojan actually barely gets away. That's pretty nice. Meanwhile, he's clearing out the minefield on his side of the map, and Newt takes his own expansion. He's got to hope that that much lost mining time successfully disrupted the the economy long enough for this late expansion to still end up helping him over his opponent. Oh, the Trojan wants to go back in, but it's really risky to do that, I feel like. That being said, the Goliath is way out of position, and it gets stunned. This does not look like a good initial sortie for Newt. But he still slipped the net. That 1 Cyclops that was on patrol duty, letting his team down here, letting his force down. A couple Masons, just 1 Mason going down, it looks like, and that will be a wrap, but he does need to get back to mining, and he has sent his Vultures into the Goliath stack here in the middle of the map. He wants to keep fighting. One of them is very low. Okay, it does end up going down. A much superior trade here for Crankendow. And is he actually going to run Newt down right here in the Ministry? It's completing, but there's no army here. Newt's only got his 1 Vulture and his Trojan off to the side for military units. This Goliath needs to get into the anchor. Okay, he might have barely done it. There's no more mines, but of course Krankendau doesn't himself know that. Worker transfer comes on down to start mining. That was skin of the teeth. I don't care what you tell me. That could have been so very bad for Newt. A third fulcrum now being added. We have had 3 fulc for a while now for Newt. A little concerning here, but Krankendau withdraws to the other side of the map. The Trojan providing just enough of a distraction here in its later years, its later moments. So 4th fulcrum for Krankendau, trying to match the production of Newt eventually. But I'm sure we're going to get to see an add-on here pretty soon. No gas capping just yet. We do have that 5th fulcrum coming up for Newt as well. So he's really going to be laying into the production on military. Palladium is on the way for Newt. Access to phalanx. He's repairing his Trojan. Wise move. You can see these vultures are on a patrol path as the low ground double gas 3rd is being taken by Krankendau. His own Palladium coming up. I like the game's position for Crank. I think it's a little bit better. But I also think that experientially, you know, you look at Newt and he's just going to be the superior player for some time. He's not going to win out on this vulture trade. So, oh, never mind. They're going to kill each other perfectly. Look at that. All right, if you say so, man. So the Palladiums are going to finish up here pretty soon. Watchdog watching for those Trojans. And that 5th fulcrum is coming a little bit later. We're going to have a lot of production here online for both players very soon. Oh, the lobotomy mine! Oh, that was brilliant. Only unloads a couple of the Goliaths. He tries to target down a couple of Masons. But he's really only going to get away with 1, it looks like. That was a catastrophe. Which is a new map by BiddyBee that you can play if you want to. Vultures are now migrating. A great migration of Krankendau vaults. Mines are getting cleared. Anseal's absorbing Cyclops friendly fire, a classic. But this 3rd base is up and running with that gas coming. We could definitely see some more production come up here for Krankendau, adding a star pad at this stage. We've got only 4 phalanx. We've got 3 more on the way out, so we're definitely seeing that increased tank count. I'm not so sure that... Oh, yes, on the high ground and behind the little spoke here is good. Just in time to also start heckling some of these vultures. He's trying to shield them with the Anseal, but he ends up losing them without killing any of the phalanx, and the weapon range is going to be a little bit higher, but down goes that one on the high ground. And the vulture count needs to be able to do something about these, right? He's got vultures, but they're mixed in with the Goliaths, right? He's not able to just jump on top of those unarmored phalanx. They lose all their armor in siege mode. So vultures actually do a lot better versus them than you would think, and certainly a lot better than in StarCraft 1. Random Mason out in the middle of the field. Phalanx line is pretty passive, but it's going to clear everything that isn't a phalanx, which, again, leaves room for the vultures to careen in. The Goliaths are losing in big numbers here. That's not what Crank really wants. He wants to be able to shoot down the phalanxes themselves, but he's stepping forward, slowly but surely. You can be a little bit more methodical in Cosmonarchy because of the ability to shift queue your siege mode. Yeah, the bombing is going to just continue. We are down to 3 phalanxes on Newt's side, but he's got spotter. The vulture from Crank, oh man, at like 95% on that ministry there. And down it goes. A trade of 2 for 1 isn't too bad in theory, but yeah, I'm thinking that right about now Newt's push is kind of timed out, and he thinks so too. He's going to go the Atlas route. Tier 2, maybe see some cataphracts or some captaincies. Wouldn't suck right about now. Alexander looks like he got in here just in the nick of time, and 28 minutes passed in order to show up for his event. So he will be participating. We also have a couple of other match results to share. It looks like we had a very surprising... was that real? Was it Kutium triumphing over Hanmano? I'm not entirely sure if that is the case. But I'm just going off of what I'm seeing in the background here. P-Sense defeats Hippity Hoppity in the lower bracket, a bit of an upset. So Hippity Hoppity is going to have to sit the rest of this one out. And that's the only other result that I have confirmed here. So just sharing that with you all. The Atlas is coming down for Krankendow. It's already complete for Newt, but he hasn't actually started making anything just yet. The Quarry is coming up, meaning he wants to go for Talos. Is he going to have time to animate all of his plans before Krankendow pulls the trigger on an attack? We only have 4 phalanx here, but that's still enough for Krankendow to worry a little bit about pushing forward. A vast majority of the army on the map right now is his, and it's starports. 4 of them are on the way. Starports did receive some buffs after Acropolis 4, gas cost reduction, as well as a couple of other small improvements in the resource cost department for some of the units. So I will be interested to see where Newt decides to go with that. But obviously, Gorgons are very effective against the Phalanx. A little bit surprised at Krankendow's passivity throughout this match, but with 6 starports coming online, he still has a window where so much money has been dumped into Tier 2 by his opponent, and he can maybe do something about that, punishing that in that way. Some vultures off to the right-hand side, and a bit of a force creeping up to the 9 o'clock to maybe try to attack the double gas base on the low ground, but 12 is being taken as a 4th base and has already been well saturated for Crank. He's now waypointing some units back off to the left-hand side, but it's not because he saw something. It looks like it was just because he wanted to think about focusing a push a little bit deeper. And you can see his phalanx control, he's got them spread out quite a bit. Going for 4 of his own starports, ironically, the answer when you see a lot of starports from your opponent is to put down a lot of star pads and build Valkyries. So I'm just going to point that out. You need Valkyries more than anything from the starport if your goal is to defeat the enemy air stack. Or you could go for some sort of surface-to-air counter, like obviously Goliaths can be very effective in air stack, for real air stack in TVT, maybe Madrigals. That's how Madrigals start to become more powerful. Their splash damage on anti-air. And it will be a treasury here in the 3 o'clock position there. Queued up a lot of Talos. Where are the Talos operating? He's getting extra gas from the reservoirs over here. One of the few players to ever do it on Crisis Vector now, joining August Company. Of, I believe, just Nebelheim and maybe a couple other Protosses with Artisans? I don't know. Really not a common tactic. A couple Vultures were traded out over here for the Port of Interin. That was Newt attacking into this position. But it doesn't look like he got much lasting damage. Entering into 15 minutes, and both players are still very much passively on the other side of the map. But this is an ugly position to clear. Vultures laying lobotomy mines, making it ill-advised to try to push that position. And cliff advantage on the Phalanx. They outrange everything that Crank's got. Oh, and his first shot is spent trying to clear out the Vulture and the lobotomy mines, courtesy of the Ant Seal detection. He needs to be focused on these Phalanxes. That was so cost-efficient. And Newt's wrapping in with his own Vultures to reinforce. It's a little bit too late, so he's going to have to back out. But he'll at least trade down some of the Volts and then cycle away. His air stack has been amassed. 15 Gorgons are coming in to try to level 12 o'clock. They're just going to flatten this. Goodbye, Ministry. Making Gorgons of his own, but he's lost a base. He's only got the 1 Watchdog on this side. Where is his air fleet? Where are his Gorgons at? Well, he does not have a sufficient number to contend with what his opponent has. He's losing so many Masons, and now they're targeting onto the Ministry. He's just going to trade out his air fleet to knock out multiple bases here. Goliaths and Gorgons chasing the air stack. Now he's going to right-click the other ministry, but he won't be able to get out. He'll just get the full scout off as the last of the Gorgons are destroyed. Okay, what does that mean for the rest of the game? He lost his air fleet. He's going to keep rebuilding Gorgons. Has a crazy amount of economic advantage now, dropping multiple ministries and a whole horde of workers, while still mining from the middle of the map with these reservoirs. That's where even his Gorgons are idling right now to protect. And this little 4 phalanx blockade over here has really stopped Krankendow from leveling the Newt side of the map, leveraging all of the strength that he actually has. The army size is way higher for Crank, and it's a lot of Gorgons that are going to be easily able to clear these positions and take out the Anseals at that matter. Yeah, at that point, you're really struggling in that way. He's going to kill the treasury being made in the bottom left, and Crank now pushing to knock out the 3 o'clock base, maybe even go for the double gas. He is going to go ahead and easily clear those Taluses on the right-hand side, but left side is still mining. A small spattering of Goliaths is trying to hold back the Gorgons, but I don't think Newt has the mass that he really needs. Yeah, he's down by more than half the Gorgons of Krankendow. And if you're just talking about numbers like that, even though they don't do splash damage, obviously you're going to win if you have more of the same unit. So they're mirroring each other's compositions, but Newt traded a bunch of his without resetting the army. This is a less efficient fight. Gorgons coming in from the south as reinforcements. Newt now swinging back with those Goliaths, helping out a lot, but so many of his phalanxes have been flattened. And even though Crank's not being particularly focused about clearing the ground with his own Gorgons, yeah, there's so many more tanks for Crank. How does Newt get out of this situation? He clears out this position. That means that Crank is a little bit more parity on the base count now, especially if he knocks this one out, but reinforcing Gorgons are arriving from Newt's side. And the Goliath count's really low, right? So how does he possibly clear this position? All of the Gorgons and Crank are dead. Goliaths are a lot harder for the Gorgons to kill, to be fair, in these kinds of small numbers. It will not be as efficient. And do we have any more Gorgons flying in from the side of Crank? Yes, we do. It's going to take way too long to kill all these phalanxes. Even as we reinforce, we're seeing much staggered right, especially with these more Goliaths coming in. This is the position where Newt, ironically, mostly needs Phalanx Gorgon. He needs phalanxes and something to deal with the air. That is also an air, so it doesn't get shot down by the phalanx. This has gotten into a very ugly state for Newt. He's got a lot of his own Goliaths, but no phalanxes to hold the ground army at bay. Cosmonarchy has 50 units per race, but you wouldn't know it looking at this match. Players are really firmly handshaken on how they want to approach it, but Crank might be punching through the reigning Weekendwage champion of Newt in the first upper match here past the openers. This does not look like a winnable fight, and Newt's Goliaths are going to be flattened by the Phalanx mortars. Can't keep it going, can't hack it, and no further development on the tech means that Newt is going to lose 6 o'clock. Eventually those reservoirs will be cleared. Yeah, they already were. All he's got is a couple of units that evacuated to top right, but there's nothing going on over there. Maybe his own Gorgons can go in for a backstab, but he needs to be able to clear the Goliaths so that he can actually shoot the Gorgons with the Phalanxes with impunity. Otherwise, those air units are not going to be able to give him much of anything. Vulture chases down some Masons onto the left-hand side. Oh, he's pulled them all into the Phalanx stack. That might have been intentional in theory to try to run him through, but I think it wasn't. I think it had nothing to do with it, and the Ministry will be focused down here. And it does look like Crank wants to focus it. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and make it happen. Down to his main and nothing more. Newt's struggling and holding on bitterly. But it doesn't much matter now, does it? Even with supreme cost efficiency, he's down to very low mineral count. He has only about 4,000 gas. He knocks out 12 o'clock. Again, a rather desperate gambit with his last 7 Gorgons. One thing he has going for him in theory is that it's easier for him to clear this position now that all of the Goliaths were spent. So, what, 7 Gorgons up here at the natural, trying to shoot this stuff down, but we got Goliaths waiting to be used. Man, both of these players really trying to go for a slobber knocker. I think if Newt saw how many bases Crank had, he would immediately say GG. But we don't have scanner sweep in Cosmonarchy, so you can't do that. So that's it for the Gorgon counterattack, and Newt will now have his last forces crushed. I'm sure Crank and I must be a little bit bemused by the situation, like, hey, dude, why are you still in this game? Didn't I win? But Newt doesn't want to admit it. GG, that's a wrap. And now that maybe Newt will check that replay, maybe he'll realize how far behind he was, but it doesn't matter. He's cranking down punches his way through. And now we can refamiliarize ourselves with our bracket and see what is going on. Oh, okay, so we got some information about the Kutian match. Apparently, it wasn't what I thought, which was that Hamano dropped a ... and I thought that meant that he had lost. But actually, it was a 26-minute game between the two of them, and Kutian has finally been defeated by Hanmano. This is what I said when I said this might be our longest weekend wage, guys. That was an opening match there. Hanmano takes it and will go up against Arbuz Budesh. Meanwhile, Krankadao defeats Newt, and we had, Arbuz defeat George. There was one other result that was posted here. Oh yeah, it was P-Sense over Hippity. He will proceed. George now versus Kutian will be played. Thunderslaps awaits the loser of Alexander Sicky. Uncle Monarchy. Yeah, what's up, dude? How you doing, Boris? Phalanx, a weapon that surpass Metal Gear. Oh, okay, so Alexander has already lost to Sicky then. It's Sausage versus Sicky. That's a pretty cool match. I kind of want to see Arbuz Hamano, though. So I'm going to do that one. You guys can send it with Sicky, of course, having Matt pick. Alexander is up against Slaps. Slaps has Matt pick. What's up, Skirmish Badger? All right, so Sicky has hosted Aegis, apparently, so I'm going to go ahead and pop into here. Oh, wait, no, it's not this one. Pranked. Dude, I want to connect to the Arbuz monozite. Let me in. Who does P-Sense fight? They should all look at this bracket and keep it updated. All right, time to scramble to get my ducks in a row here as I grab the next game. We are loading in now to Monazite, believe it or not. And it is... okay. GLHFs are exchanged in the background as I finish up the overlay here. So we have Arbuz Budesh playing against Hanmano. For real, at this point, it should be called Hanmonozite. He picks this map more often than anybody else, I think. So Hanmano has played a number of Cosmonarchy matches, and he's playing against Arbuz's Zerg. He defeated Sicky's Zerg in Battlement stage of Acropolis 4 on this very map to cement himself as the first exit out of the group. And that makes me feel like this is going to be a fun one, because Arbuz has only played it a little bit, but he's played it, ZVP, he's played it PVZ, and I think he's played at ZVZ as well. I don't know how much ZVT he's played on this map, so that'll be interesting. Looks like Hamano might even be considering a Ministry First build here, considering how much money he's banking. He is in the bottom right as our Fern Green Terran, and then Arbuz in the top left as our Blood Zerg. Which is fitting, because he is the Blood Summon concept artist. One of the, well, I guess the most prolific Blood Summon concept artist. And there it is! Secondary Ministry early on. So a macro-tinted build here for Hamano. Is this punishable by anything Arbuz will do? Looks like Cannoli versus Vilius is still going, and Hit-em-up's waiting for the result there. They did have a technical issue partway through their game, and they had a technical issue trying to find their game initially, so... Double jeopardy there. So we have the Vornath Pond on the way nice and early. Arbuz, of course, will want to do that. And now we've got Fulcrum's coming up. So he's not going for any sort of, Ovaleth play or anything. He is kind of just greeting himself, right? Like, not expecting any Wraiths or whatever. If they are coming, then he can deal with them with his Quas. Yeah, you can see him he's being a little bit frisky with his movement, going for a patrol and all that, but... Yeah, typically I would say that this should favor the Terran. However, Zerg going straight for... Nathokors is very, very useful for air dominance. A Goliath will come out. At some point, we'll see a Star Pad. And he's just been powering on workers from this ministry here, which is very cool to see. More macro-oriented opener on Monozite. I can't believe how Mono's thought about this, guys. He's prepped a build for the island map. What a guy. So, I see we have Executor in the chat as well. Welcome, Executor. And I don't think... Oh, Adam, of course. Hello, Adam. Welcome. I'm trying to welcome everybody who shows up in chat, not just read their chat message and respond to it. But I do sometimes forget that... Oh, yeah, that was sent by a different person. Hope you guys are all having a good time today. This is our biggest weekend wage ever. 16 players showed up to play. Our record previously was 15, so we had gotten to these heights almost. But... This was despite, like, Ayud having to drop out and Godweed having a last-minute cancellation. So, in theory, this could have been 20 players strong. Maybe if Hamster had been able to make it in, sorry, I shouldn't say 18 players, 19 players strong. That would have been nice. Avloth's going to go down. All he gets is a scout on the Star Pad. Doesn't even scout the Ministry, but that's where these Nathokors will come in. Surely you just take this Mason and then you put him back all the way into here, up to the cliff, and then you let the Goliaths do their thing, right? He had the idea, but he was a little bit late on it. These Nats will patrol. The Star Pad wasn't even done making, so Arbuz has a lot of time to chill out here for a little bit. Calcure Lake almost immediately as well. The Trojan is starting up. That's obviously going to help him out a little bit here. It would be pretty... he's going to make the Watchdog. I was going to say, that makes a lot of sense there as well. Because then, it's going to be able to shoot you plenty of times. We do have another Watchdog coming in here, and a little bit of an intermittent lag spike. We're routing, I believe it's Greece, where Arbuz is currently located. Lag, says Hanmono, in case we didn't know. It'll go away soon. America, Greece, and South Korea. So, peer-to-peer may occasionally have some hiccups. Blame Pronogo. Maybe. I'll give Godweed some blame since he didn't show up. Hey, Crank It Down. Nice game against Newt. That must have been a challenge. Oh, we have some movement on the match versus Vilius and Cannoli. It looks like Vilius defeated Cannoli, judging by the replay. Just gonna see if I can organize that. The Watchdog is going to go ahead and take care of business there. He's going to start ferrying those Masons down. Not too bad, not too shabby. A second Trojan has been made. And yeah, Arbuz is responding to the, greedy opener here that Hanmono did by just kind of counter-greeting. And that's fine, because Zerg can do that. Hanmono is greeting so he can hit a timing. Arbuz is greeting so he can just have more stuff and have a better, win condition a little bit later on. So they're not really going for the same win condition based on that, it seems like. Looks like our Thunderslaps has slapped Alexander, which means that Thunderslaps will now have to slap Newt. We did catch the death of that Nathrakor as Hamano starts to push his Fulcrums further out, maybe go for another base. Now, what does Arbiz want to do in response to this? He's already got his Calcure Lake out. Okay, he's got a small little squabbling of the Quasricors. Wiggling their way across the map. Wiggling their silly little heads across the map. I like that the Trojans are coming with the army. You know, it does make some sense. Oh, Arbiz. There's a lot more Trojans where that came from. This whole army can be airlifted at any point, so you do have to watch out for that. Definitely wants to make units in the main, right? Because when you see this kind of thing, you're definitely expecting that. But when it gets scouted, I would wonder if maybe, you know, dropping just one of the low ground bases wouldn't be a superior strategy. The back left base is the least defended. We've got these Nats patrolling for any drops. We've also got all these Quas and Vorvs being made as well that will really take the oomph, take the thunder, steal the thunder out of these units. Gonna go ahead and unload right here to clear the Nats and keep the Trojans alive. They should probably just go ahead and leave the Trojans. Oh, one of them is gonna go down. He wants to be able to hold the army if he can. Clears an Eskagant, which isn't bad. That's some damage. It looks like he's going to do his best to evacuate here. Oh, gets pretty much everything out there. That's not too bad, right? He lost the Goliath, lost the Vulture, but he cleared the Nats, he cleared the Eskagant. I'd say that he did an okay amount of damage to pressure Arbiz away from being super greedy, and he's making a ton of Goliaths. He loves Goliaths on this map. One of his favorite strats here, it seems. Excuse me. Iris early on for Arbiz. Going for that tier 2. I think he just wants Muta. That's my guess. But I always assume Muta, and then sometimes we get it, and sometimes we don't. I never really understand why. Where's our Muta? Arbiz Mutesh. Okay, Newt has hosted for Thunderslap, so he figured it out just fine, or maybe he's listening to the stream. That's also a possibility. Mutat's Fire does indeed pop in there. I have to set Cannoli's next matchup, so I hope Vilius can actually confirm who won instead of saying guess. That's not very helpful. But he might already be in a game versus Hit-em-up at this point, so I have no idea. I'll have to ping Cannoli since Vilius is not answering. So the Goliaths are pushing in, but the Zorius are already out to get a little bit of armor pen. I don't know, this looks really deadly though. This 16 Goliaths, dude. There's really not a lot of crowd control that is going to be available here. Thunderslaps is upset that Noob picked Monocyte. I love it, dude. Okay, it's wrapping the Goliaths around. Yeah, with Vilius' victory over Cannoli, that sets up a Cannoli-Slav match. We'll go ahead and start organizing that in the background while we wait for the Muta tech to start factoring in. I like Protathalor against the Goliath stack. You know, he's basically trying to catch Hanmano, or Hanmano's trying to catch Arbiz in the middle of a tech switch or something, so this does, in theory, work, but can he possibly airlift all of his Goliaths in there? That would be pretty deadly, right? Because suddenly you just show up here, because the Protathalors are being made on the low ground, so I guess they can kind of help on the high ground, but that's still pretty dangerous. Fourth base for both players being set up as we speak, and Tier 2 begins for Hanmano. Maybe going for some starports. He did that versus Suki some time ago. Just kept a ton of pressure on the... With all the Goliath movement, he kept a ton of pressure on, and then he just moved from there to higher tier stuff. Now, the Trojans are going to get peppered down by the mass number of Protathalors and even the Lyrilisks a little bit, but they're doing their best to absorb some of the damage. And the Goliath count is enormous, but here comes some Mutas. I think that's not what you want to do with your mutas, though, man. I mean, maybe he can still overwhelm him. There's so many Goliaths. Yeah, I think Arbus just got Goliathed, to be honest. He did not pick the right composition to deal with that. If he had more Protathalors and some kind of additional chaff, he would be fine. But the mutas could have counterattacked. He could have continued to hold the Goliaths through this choke. There's a couple of different things he could have done there that would have been very different compositionally. Okay, so I went ahead and let Slav know that he's up against Cannoli, and that hopefully Cannoli will host. And it looks like Siki has triumphed over Sausage in the background, so winner of Hit 'em Up Vilius will face Siki. That's exciting. That means that Sausage versus P-Sense, PVT, is coming up in the lower bracket as we speak. And it's the Tazvril Haunt as well as some Oxel Cesians on the way for Arbus. Another base here for Han Mono, though, and adding some mantles to his production. Where's he putting those, I wonder? He lifted his Fulcrums already a long time ago. Oh, yes, I love this. Putting the mantles down here in the low ground is perfect. So, while Arbus is going for Tazvril tech, which might be for Tazgrilisk, might be for Sovrelev, I actually don't know what he wants, we are going to see Han Mono opting for Cataphracts. I love Cosmonarchy. What's up, Zetsume and Shambler? Welcome. Also, P-Sense, hello. Good luck against Sausage. Han Monocomp. Yeah, Han Monocomp. But he's clearly going to need to diversify. Now he can make only Cataphracts and win, right? He's made a couple of Vultures added in, too. I wonder what that's for. Maybe he wants some mines from map control or something like that. Waypointing a ton of Masons across the map. He's got an array of Watchdogs over here, which is pretty cute. I like it. And this is a mineral-only base here, but it will definitely help him scale his Cataphract production. And he's now going to take this low-ground gas base as well. Arbu's sitting on his 5th base, but Hamano already has his 6th setting up, so... And there's the 7th. Another mineral-only. Is he going to take both mineral-onlys on both sides? Of course he is, yeah. I mean, he's got loads of minerals, so making extra ministries is fine. Trojans are going to come in and see the army movement. Thankfully, it was not on an attack move. Dude, I'm giddy with excitement. I can't wait to see how this fight starts to set up to go. A little bit of a glancing blow against those Goliaths initially. The Muta's providing some vision until they get inevitably shot down. Tazgralisks are here. I'm really worried that Arbus is not going to have enough bite to his army, and he's also not going to be able to waypoint them into, like, over here. Because the Watchdogs and some of these Goliaths even left behind are going to be able to handle stuff like that. There's hardly any defense in some of these other bases, though, so counterattacks can definitely be effective. This lumbering mech army for Hanmano is definitely going to pack a punch, but it does need to get there first. Going up to 9 bases, Hanmano trying to flex his Cosmonarchy muscles, his StarCraft 2 macro muscles in Cosmonarchy. And here comes the big fight. Has he made enough units? The Goliaths are proving to be quite powerful, quite durable, but the Cataphracts are where the damage is coming from. And now Arbus needs to do something about that. The Almacus Hunter on the way. I don't know what exactly he wants out of that particular unit, but he's going for it. And if he can hold out long enough, maybe he can pull out some more Tier 2. The Tazgrilisk is doing their best to bounce down those Goliaths, but they're not quite able to break the line. More of them coming in. Protathalors, without the Khazitra, feel a little bit anemic in this situation. At least they needed to be more numbers, perhaps. But now this forward base is going to be attacked, and Arbus will be knocked back to 4 bases. We've got so many more. He's even building a ministry by the double gas in the middle. I think the first ever to do it. He wipes the Tazgralisks. It's only Zets and Protathalors left. 5 more Tazgrils on the way. Maybe he can get some Protathalors up here to range down from the high ground, screw up that unit control for Hanmano a little bit more. But in the background, the Cataphract Ball has only amassed to further glory. And I think this best of 1 is just about wrapped up. GG. Hanmano takes the game. Very cool. Okay, so Hamana will continue onward. Now facing off against Krankendau TVT. What a match that's going to be, dude. All right. Kutiam has defeated George in the lower bracket. We will see George off, and we await for Hit 'em Up versus Vilius to come to a conclusion. That is BO1. Oh, he has to, I see. Kutiam actually has to forfeit his match. So even though he won, George will take his seed. So I'm going to do this in a funny way where I mark it as won by Kutiam, but George proceeds on. So George will stay in the tournament, actually. That's really funny. What's up, Shopkeeper Dog? I hope you're doing well. Wish to see you in this bracket with all these fucking Terrans, dude. I guess you'd be worried if you were playing as Cozy, though. Alright, we're waiting on some confirmation from Hanmano about his map pick. I would not mind sticking it out with him. We're still waiting on Slav versus Cannoli, I believe. Let's see if we can refresh to see any result. Oh, the result of Vilius versus Hit 'em Up just came through. It looks like Vilius lost. So that will conclude that story. Oh, I have to do this one. Hit 'em Up versus Siki coming up, ZVP. What a wild inversion of the matchup. So that means that with Vilius cast down, he will face George. Arbuz now plays winner of Cannoli versus Slav. And who picks? Vilius picks versus George. Okay. Just getting all of that stuff out of the situation here. So let's ping. Let's say Siki versus Hit. You have map pick. And now we're gonna get to see that match live. We have to watch Hit 'em Up versus Siki. I don't care. I don't care how many painkillers we've got Hit 'em Up on right now. For those who don't know, Hit 'em Up has maybe tossed and turned a little bit too much, or something like that, and he has, hurt his back, so he's on some painkillers to try to relieve that. We obviously hope he gets well soon. He signed up for the tournament not knowing that was going to happen to him, and then he almost had to back out because he thought it was yesterday, but it's a little bit better today. We go Gilded Wall for our PVZ. No way, dude. All right, let's see. We'll go ahead and host up Gilded Wall now and get the players in the thing. We'll say hosted for Hit v Siki. And Balefall's telling me about a graphical issue with a new model he's making, because of course the man's not done making models. Love that. Let's see here. I can't believe Hit 'em Up said that. He said he's worse than Shambler. No way, dude. All right, let's get into it, boys and girls. We got Hit 'em Up in the left-hand side, Siki in the right. It is the Glacial Protoss, Arrow Protoss, versus the Dark Green Zerg. Siki normally plays Zerg. Hit 'em Up plays all the races. And, yeah, I guess we're going to have to see if Siki has been learning about the Atreus or not. But he will be opening Lattice here, as is typical, as the Zerg will be going for a Larvosk start. So, welcome, one and all, to Weekendwage. This is our biggest Weekendwage of all time. We hit 16, and we got 16 players. So that's Weekendwage number 16 for you, for real, for real. Zetsume says Gamtu wants to participate in tournaments, huh? Well, you do have to, just for the sake of organizing the matches, you got to be in the Discord server for that, so if that's not too much to ask, feel free. I mean, this is perfect. This is ginning me up to say, like, well, how can I participate, Pronogo? Well, let me tell you, I'm so glad you asked. So, our Discord or Fluxer server has the ability to sync up the matches with each other, so that's how we're using to organize the tournaments. That's also our version of matchmaking for now, is pinging players and saying, hey, do you want to play? Eventually we'll get something more automatic that you don't need to be a part of our servers for that. And maybe we can decentralize it from Discord for the sake of the tournament sign-up, but for now it works the best for the tournaments is to be in one of those two servers, and Discord's a more functional platform right now, but Fluxer is pretty good too, so really is just down to what you prefer, what you're already familiar with most likely. And that's a great way to get started, so definitely something to think about. Open the Cosmonarchy forums, hell yeah, dude. Down with the stinky Zerg, what? So yeah, links in the description of the video, as well as the description of all the Twitch channel and all of that to get into the Discord server is a good time, and definitely something you want to provide as we get a little bit deeper into our Cosmonarchy event catalog. You are just going to have to see a lot of you're going to see a lot of excitement. That's what you're going to see a lot of. You're going to see, like, you know, we're trying to add Korean localization. We're trying to add a bunch of cool little bits and bobs to the game over time, adding all these custom models and getting way more excitement down for that. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Discorders and Fluxcordians. Fluxorine. The Fluxorian Empire. Who is Zero Brain? So let's hit him up. It says it right there in the overlay. Oh, never mind. Night Fox is just trying to do an ownage. Never mind. All right. So we have a Herald, and then we have an Amaranth, which also got a new model. Very epic. No Atreus as of right now for Siki. Not too interested in it. Not his style that he knows. He was practicing on the Acropolis 4 patch, so he doesn't really know all of that stuff. Zorka Shroud, 1 base here. I want to point out, Siki flew over the ground path with his vassal, the scout, just in case it was a 6 spool. He's very much dialed in on this. I'm going to go for a triple Ovaleth here. So he plans to drop, and his quads need to chase down this vassal so that it doesn't keep giving Siki information. I do think that Herald Idol, particularly with reinforcing Amaranths, can be a surprisingly effective composition to bust Circuith, right? So we're going to have to see. So the 3 pairs of quads get made. He's got some Zeths. I mean, if he evacuates, this could be the worst possible time to go for the drop because the enemy is on his doorstep and his burrowed Zeth here, I don't think it actually quite saw all of that movement. But maybe he knows anyway. Vassal almost scouted that. And here come the Amaranths. So this is going to be quite the anti-timing, it feels like. He's going to have a good number of claws, but yeah, he's going to have to cancel that immediately, and so he does. Alright, the Herald Amaranth combo is really, really good for shield sustain, and that Circuith is going down, ladies and gentlemen. The Ovalets are so close to Siki's base, but I don't know how he's possibly going to stay alive. He needs to maybe scoop that Lakis up in the Ovaleth? No, it's not really clear just yet. First Lakis goes down. The other one burrowed in the worker line. Oh, no, he didn't unload. Or no, he is. He's barely unloading on one of them, but he didn't unload on the other. That's immediately cleaned up. Circuith remorphs. Bit of a mistake from Siki not to fully clear that, and now his idols are going down. The lake is holding. One Amaranth has fallen. No, never mind. That was another idol. Just trying to stay alive, just trying to keep themselves going here. Oh, barely stays alive and then gets executed by the claws. Maybe they can focus down those pesky idols. Now, the follow-up drop could still happen. He's still got 4 sets in that Ovaleth. Not actively using it just yet. The lake is trying to hide underneath all of those Droleth, and it does not look like Hit 'em Up will keep it alive. This Armor Shred can maybe help out a little bit more, but he needs more claws and he needs to get more units out onto the field. One of these Zorius is very low. Very low indeed, but finally that Amaranth will fall, and that's going to be much less shield sustain coming in as Zeths will finish cleaning up the fight. Down it will go. The idols will try to be somewhat cost efficient in their death, but that will be it. So, at the end of the day, really good. Canceled out the hatch and mostly didn't take any damage. The Nexus is coming. So it's already here, and Siki will start to harvest additional resources from that natural. Does he have any idea that the Ovaleth is still present? No, maybe it looks like it unloaded the Zets in the middle of that. That's what these fresh corpses are. So, never mind that. Sicky definitely looks like he is ahead after the early exchange. He's got 2 more Heralds and 3 more Amaranths, and they are just going to try to redo the attack, but the Lakers are already in position. This isn't going to work out quite as well. Idols need to clear more Zeths. A bunch of them already went down. Alright, Gateway Rogue Gallery. Double Rogue Gallery. He wants the Charlatans. Damage multiplier, projectile multiplier, and the Vassal is returning home as well. Embassy coming for Sicky. He wants his detection so he can see the lake is. Pretty vicious timing on that first attack. If it was, even if the drop didn't actually leave the building, would his units have been able to hold? I wonder. The idols were well positioned. It could have made enough of a difference to maybe make it so that early damage didn't do so much. Hit 'em Up is stabilizing. It has now taken the worker lead. This is what he does. He plays at the edge of greed. He didn't get that much damage on the counterattack, though, so I'm a little bit concerned from that perspective. I like Sicky's SimCity here in the natural. Vassal heckling the Ovaleth, but not much to report there. Capping both ridges, patrolling anti-drop with an Idol and an Amaranth. And yeah, it does look like we're going to get, Gateway, double Rogue Gallery. I'm sure a third base is in our future for Sicky. Hierophant coming in for anti-Ultra Core. I love it. It's so funny, man. Like, a pro StarCraft 1 player comes in, plays Zerg, wins a championship. Protoss saying, it's OP, I can't beat Zerg at all. And then Sicky rocks up with the Hierophants to just neutralize Ultra Cores, as I theorized many times ago. And there's that third base about to be put down here for Sicky. I'm not necessarily saying his Protoss is a world beater, but I'm very excited to see how deep he can go in this weekend wage. This is still best of 1 territory, by the way. That's how deep our bracket is. Normally we win, 2 matches, you go into a best of 3, but you actually need to win a third here because of how many players rocked up to this weekend wage. And this has been a pretty exciting game so far, but we're kind of cooling off at the very least. See where the rest of the game takes us. And it looks like our first result in the background, Krankendow defeating Hanmano in another TVT. TVT's never been Hanmano's specialty, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens with that. Witness still flying around, sees a bunch of Hydras have been made, and the Skibact is coming. Not that Sicky is immediately going to be aware of that right now. Crucible to empower his Grand Libraries, and he's got 2 more coming as well. Wardens at the extremis of the base is pretty good. He's got a paltry force in the front, and this Ovaleth is detecting the third base, which is very interesting, but not the hugest army right now for Sicky, actually. Adding some Cantavis. Might need to scale his production even further than he's already planning. And now Hit 'em Up is planning to move out. He's got 8 Bactyls coming, 5 more Zorius, and 10 more Zeths will be hitting the deck very soon, in accordance with the rest of his army. That's enough to push Sicky back and secure a third base for Hit 'em Up. And there's the Crucible, and now empowering these Grand Libraries to produce even faster. Each one of them now producing with 50% extra speed. So, Tube is effectively 3, or in this case 4 is effectively 6 Grand Libraries in terms of throughput. More Wardens warping in, but these will be felled relatively quickly. The army's already in position, though. Yeah, he might have actually intuited this attack already. He's in a good spot. He's got a Cantavis in the back. His idols are a little bit too close for comfort, it feels like. And there's the Storm. That's definitely going to soften up those Zorius and do a number on the Zets. The Hydra's now rotating over to the right-hand side. More Wardens warping in to help support, and that Storm was so good. Already almost 1,500 damage dealt. The Bactyl is caught on the push-up, as well as the Zorius, with that Hierophant adding even more flame. Look at that! That Storm actually getting a little bit of extra oomph to it. Waiting to recast it. Oh man, there's so many artillery units now in place for the Zerg. The Bactyls and the Lakers combining. It does feel like once the Zoryus are gone, the Amaranths can charge a little bit further forward. Yeah, I think so. I think now we're in a state where there's no more armor pen, no more armor shred, and we can just get right on top of these armies with the heralds, allowing for more of an engagement. This will be the routing of the Lakes, and the Backles are going to need to evacuate. Oh, but look at this, the flank from more Amaranths intercepting some Hydras on the way through. Look at them slice and dice. And that is a wrap on the attack from Hit 'em Up. Now, what has he got behind this? A very large dearth of frontliners. He's making more Bactals, but he has nothing for the front line. That's the most worrisome part of this. Now, on the Herald front, both of the Heralds that are with this army are actually very brittle. Once they go down, the army effectiveness is going to drop quite a bit. But look at the Amaranth count, dude. Sicky's got so much behind him. Do we have any more Zoryus on the way? Only 2 pairs. The Charlatans are going to start multiplying the damage quite a bit, and the Cantavis is here for a huge storm on the southern flank. Hit 'em Up has to fall back. Some of his Hydras still popping to that, and the Amaranth count is so enormous. He's even running in to bisect the army, moving the storm in the back. The fuel of this dead Zerg increasing the energy of the Cantavis. Now they fight with the circuits at their back. And one Zoryus is here to try to debuff the army count, the armor of all of these units, but I don't think it's going to be enough. A money storm to force more splits of the Hydras, but Hit 'em Up, I believe, has been defeated. I don't think he's going to be able to press the attack. 17 Hydras might not quite be enough. Maybe, though. Maybe he can finish the job here. His circuits are remorphing. The Hydras are continuing. And now we're just down to the Charlatans. They need to get out of dodge. The Heralds were eventually focused down. And no more are coming in for reinforcement. Yeah, still no more. Only Cantavis. Still a very good usage of the abilities, though. Even keeping the one Amaranth off to the side to bisect the army is a good one. Clearing a couple Zoryus. There's a lot of Charlatans here, but Sicky could lose so many of these units. And yeah, intercepting a Cantavis as well is a little bit worse for wear. He's doing a lot of damage to the worker count over here. Hit 'em Up will not have an active third base after this in terms of the actual workers. And more idols have arrived, but they will not be able to step to these Hydras. And this is kind of the concern. He did sacrifice a lot of his Charlatans. None of these should escape. Hit 'em Up should be able to pursue them. But maybe they'll be able to just barely get out of dodge, especially if the Ecclesias takes one for the team here and speeds them up. Now linking up with the idols, but that's not really the unit that you want. 13 Amaranths on the way, dude! Sicky's still making those only. No more Heralds coming out of him. Charlatan Amaranth seems to be the way that he wants to go about this. Has he developed his tech? No 4th base yet. Nothing on the tech. He's actually trying to win just based on this alone. But the Ulgorg is halfway complete. Vornath on the way as well. And more Hydras are in production. We see a healthy mix of the Zoryus, but they're all behind the Hydras now. Can this be enough for the Amaranths to keep them to one side? The Charlatan count is so big, and they are actually multiplying their own damage quite well. Yeah, the Herald has actually been filtered back in. A couple of them holding back the horde of reinforcements from the south. That's from the main. Now the third base is once again broken up. The Zoryus wrapping around. Oh man, the Hydras are going to try to break through these units off to the side, but no, Hit 'em Up throws out the GG. Just a little too much pressure, and Sicky makes it to the best of 3s. Well, that was a very exciting match there with Sicky taking Hit 'em Up down in a nail-biter. It sets up a PVT, him versus Crank, best of 3. Hit 'em Up now in the lower bracket. Let's check in with any other results that we may have seen. Looks like Vilius has been defeated by George's Protoss, allowing George a deeper push in. Other than that, it looks like we just have Sausage having defeated Peasons, so goodbye Peasons. You won versus Hippity, but you couldn't beat the Protoss Menace. I'm assuming that's correct. If I ever say anything that's incorrect, it's because I'm reading off of Replay Kraken, so just feel free to let me know what really happened if that's not the case. But that means that Sausage versus George PvP is a best of 1, winner facing Han Mono. Arbuz still waiting on Slav versus Cannoli. Cannoli has confirmed that he defeated Slav, so now that means that Arbuz is up against... Hit him up. Hit him up is dropping out after that due to his back hurting a little bit too much. We wish him well. Hope he feels better soon. That means that he will be an auto pass once the bracket pushes that further in. And who does Cannoli face now? Arby's. Crank beat every Terran as T, Sicky says with a smile. Yeah, exactly. So Sicky's going to check that one out. Okay. Crisis Vector has been picked by Sicky. We'll keep on checking his Protoss out. Krankendow versus Sicky. I actually do not know who's going to win this one overall. Sicky really doesn't like PvT. Krankendow, I don't think he's played a lot of PvT, but I'm sure he's played some practice games. I just don't know how effective it's going to work out now. We are into the best of threes. I get to activate the match overlay that includes the scores. I'll go ahead and do that. There. And let's go ahead and update our header to say best of 3 instead of best of 1. And we'll be getting into our next match here very soon. I will have the time to look over the bracket, though. So have no fear if you're wondering where we are. I haven't been able to do that for a little bit of time because the players were always super ready, super quick. So let's go ahead and take care of that. Here we are looking at the bracket. So our opening matches have all been played by this point, and even all of our second round upper bracket matches have been taken care of. As you can see, our upper semifinals, if you will, have been taken care of as well, with Krankendow defeating Han Mono, Sicky defeating Hit 'em Up. Sicky now picks Crisis Vector against Krankendow for map 1. This is a best of 3. Down here, we have Hippity Hoppity losing to P-Sens. George lost to Kutiam, but Kutiam had to forfeit, so George will proceed onward. Kutiam had to forfeit his next match. So we're letting George proceed forward. He defeats Vilius. And then Sausage versus George is now underway. The other half of the lower bracket includes Thunderslaps, Slap, and Alexander. Newt versus Thunderslaps might have been completed by now. I actually haven't checked. And then Cannoli defeated Slav, so Arbiz versus Cannoli is kicking up. Let's see if we have a Newt result posted. Newt 1-0 Thunder, yes. Okay, so that means that we can resolve this one. Thunderslaps has been eliminated. And Arbiz versus Cannoli winner will face Newt. Best of 1 still. All of these are best of 1s, but Hit 'em Up has bowed out. So unless he feels better by the time this match is good, we will not see him for this particular match. And the winner of Newt versus winner of Arbiz Cannoli will just proceed on to the best of 3s. So that's how that one's going to go. Winner of Sausage George will face Harmono. And now let us set our sights on this game here. It looks like I've hosted the lobby, but it looks like Sicky picked it himself, so I don't know what's up with that. Okay. Hi. Frankie now having a connection issue maybe, but that's all right. He's got an oof face. All right, Sausage has defeated George in the background, by the way, so that's some more information for you guys. Sausage will now face Han Mono for best of 3 time. Winner will have access to the best of 3s. Let's do it, boys! Crankadow is taking on Sicky in a best of 3. Neither player playing the race they're used to being played. I would say that Sicky versus Crank would be a really cool ZVZ, and Sicky would be favored, but I would like to see what Crank would do. But Sicky's playing Protoss and Crank's playing Terran, so what the hell's happening? It's Weekend Wage number 16. Our biggest Weekend Wage of all time. And it's also my mother's birthday, so happy birthday, Mom. You're not watching this, but I do still appreciate you. In the last month, were there any new single-player missions or stuff released? Asks Vilius. Yes. The Terran 03 of Sovereign Saga is released for donors, and I believe there's some other single-player stuff that other mappers released. So that's your answer there. Oh yes, and of course, visit Pronogo's coffee page. It's a good idea. Solstice says, happy birthday, Mom No Go. Thank you. Thank you, Solstice. And thanks to Vilius, who also said it. And George. Appreciate you all. I'll tell her, I'll tell Mom No Go later that, that you all said it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Adam and Sausage, as well. Appreciate you. All right, we're lag spike. It's lag spike time. We'll crank it down. Set it to medium. That will not help. Pro Mom No Go. I like that one. That's a good one. Thank you, Executor. I can tell I'm getting better physically, you know, from my sickness because I've only had to mute the game or mute my microphone once so far in this whole stream to blow my nose. But I have coughed a lot, so maybe there's I don't know, 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Dracodon Hierophant for Sicky is going to be moving on with his Dracodon-based play against the Vulture of Crankadow. Is going 2 Folk versus the 2 Gate. Bog standard so far. Maybe the early Hierophant is a little bit unstandard, but I really like it, so I'm going to call it should be standard. Lobotomy Mine will get a little bit of damage dealt for Crankadow, but he's got to hightail it out of there. He can't face this one Dracodon. It's too powerful. But more Vultures are coming, so that could be changed relatively quickly. Hey, what's up, Alexander? Welcome. Yes, I have been drinking tea. Usually once a day. I think there was one day a few days ago where I did 2 teas. They were all caffeine-free, though, so it was fine. Sicky going to go for an expansion behind this. He's arrived with his Hierophant. Oh, that's going to be focused down. Does he really want to chase it down that much? He might lose a couple of his prized Vultures for that. Alright, Sicky going to go ahead and drop the Nexus. Another Dracodon, another Hierophant back at home. He's being somewhat guarded in case Vulture run-bys happen around the map or something, but so far Crankadow is not pulling the trigger on such a thing. And it looks like Crankadow will be sending a... Oh, I thought he was going to repair his units, but he might instead just opt for a Ministry soon. He does have his Vulture in a conspicuous spot, though. Surely he intends to repair him. Fix my bike up, too, while he's at it. Is Hanmano AFK? I don't know. I actually do not know the answer to that. Here, I'll launch another instance of Cosmonarchy and see if I can see his lobby, but you can't. Nope. Slav is hosting Sunset Mission, which is a single-player scenario, so that's kind of funny. Ah! 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 Alright. I was hoping the Scribe would kill it, but... Ardent Authority on the way for Sicky. He's got an embassy as well, so he might be trying a Cantor drop. Going for the 3rd Fulcrum. Grabbing an extra Ministry here in the, you know, in terms of the natural there. So, cranking out. He's played at Crisis Vector already against Newton 1. This wouldn't be his first upset of the day on this map, but this would be sort of an upset. I mean, Sicky doesn't like PvT, so I don't actually know. But not liking something isn't the same as being bad at it, right? A Cantor Envoy on the way for the drop. Starpad is on the way with a 4th Fulcrum also coming operational. I feel like Siki will need to get out on the map versus all of these mines in order to pressure with the Cantor, right? And he's flying right over mines. I'm not sure Crank It Out noticed that, but you know, his camera didn't pan down there to see what it was, so that's why I'm saying that. But he's laying some mines. He's got a watchdog out. Yeah, this feels like something where if Siki just tries to make the drop happen with nothing at the front, this is not going to end well for him. Positron on the way. That's an interesting choice. Actually, Positron versus Vulture is pretty good. And we still don't have anything other than the Vultures out, right? The Goliaths are coming now. The Witness arrives to start clearing the mines. And at the same time, the Cantor is in a position to maybe do some damage. I would almost advise just killing the Starpad here. I think that's a pretty good choice, but yeah, now he's gonna have to scoop up that Cantor, I think, if he wants it. No? Oh, he's hoping that the Cantor will kill the Goliath in time. But it will not. Yeah, kill the Starpad. He can't. Not quite enough damage, but that would have been a fine option, right? You deny the Anseal, Trojan, anything like that from your opponent for a little bit longer. Siki has to think like a Terran fighting Protoss while playing Protoss in order to do something like that, though. And, well, he's a Zerg player, so that's kind of hard. Not that he's incapable of it, just that's kind of hard. Adding a lot more gateways, though, I love it. Is Ardent Authority going to continue making positrons to help deal with the Vulture stack? I like that he's floating around here, and he's definitely doing a lot on the, you know, figure out what my opponent is doing front with the Witnesses and stuff. So he's going to be aware of that there's a pretty big military focus from Crank. And positrons do fare pretty poorly against Vultures if the Vultures are shooting back, so eventually we're going to want to see a lot of Zealots, and 4 of them start up just as I say that. 4 more gates coming as well. I love Gateway Man. It's very thematic, obviously. Might not be very good according to a lot of players, but it's very good in the sense of it's cool. Roving across the map now is the Protoss army. Oh, positron drop earmarked for the natural. There's obviously going to be the mine connections here that will probably stop both positrons from unloading. Oh, the Vulture spots him out. Now the Terran army migrating back over to maybe defend this 3rd base location. Oh, unfortunately for Siki, the Envoy is scouted and sighted. And here comes the attempted crunch from Crank. This is before both of his add-ons are operational. His Palladium is only now finishing, so he doesn't have any advanced units. Here we go. The drop actually clears the mines, and even though the Envoy is very likely to go down here, a lot of Masons are dying. So he's training this pressure over here. He's going to be killing a lot of Vultures in the process, losing this army, and the Positrons have erased so much of the Masonry. Oh man, he can go for more! Absolutely he can go for more. Big stack of them migrate away, but he caught him at a really good time. Only clears 2. Maybe he'll get a few more on the way out, but that's going to be a wrap. The Envoy will end up going down. Really, really good play from Siki, though. Obviously, his army did get reset from the gateways, but more than any other player in Cosmonarchy, this man has 9 gates. That's way more than we normally see from Cosmonarchy players. They typically will go for more tech. And a Stargate is coming, so it's not exactly techless. But the 3rd base got reset, the worker count got reset. Siki does have a pretty low worker count. His own 3rd base is not yet started, but he's starting some fortifications there. And the Witness is going to spot this base just in time for him to force a cancel and kill the Mason. So that's pretty good. And the Envoy will be hunted down by that one Goliath. I don't know. We don't have any Phalanxes yet. One of them is in production, but yeah, none exist right now. But the Gateway Army needs a few more rotations in order to be able to confidently do these kinds of trades. And there isn't like a drop or something that he's doing at the same time. He's adding in more Stargates. I wonder what units he really wants out of these, because... Oh man, he's adding a lot of Stargates. Is he going to go like Panopta spam? Is he... You know, I wonder what he's thinking. The Gladiuses are pretty good versus Zerg, but not very good versus Terran in my estimation there. Exemplar can be good versus the kind of mech if you get enough of them, but Goliaths typically do beat them. You can see Crankendow thought there was going to be more stutter stepping going on here, so this is another Gateway Army that's traded down. To his credit, Siki does have a lot more weighting, but imagine how much more powerful those armies would have been if they synced up together. Some Blackjacks are being added. They're not going to do super well versus the Gateway spam, I think. But I suppose if they don't get focused in the fire, there's really no splash damage right now for the Protoss. Aurora. Well, actually, Aurora's being used specifically to fly over here and just do splash damage to the mech army when they take fatal damage. That's not a bad idea, but I mean, it would be very mind-blowing to me if Siki ends up going for that. Just because it's not a strat that we normally see. Yeah, he's gonna mass Auroras, dude. What the fuck? What a cool strat. Okay, we'll see if he ever ends up clearing the power generator for more mobility of his army, but right now he's not going to do so. Adds a lot more Hierophants. Man, he's got so many units. Zealot Aurora. Oh, my heart flutters. Third base has been made. Crankendow either lift landing it or building it while I was busy admiring the Stargates. A little bit of a scuffle out here with a couple of Goliaths trying to hunt down a Hierophant. They are successful in that, but they'll trade a little displeasantly as they lose a Goliath for the trouble. One Zealot sacrificed. You can see Crank trying to use his army's range to heckle the units on the retreat path here, but they stretch away from the Phalanx, and that's when the Protoss can actually turn around. Now, he still has his Aurora stack being built behind this. More Zealots are now charging to the front. Phalanx are not deploying yet, which is a good move because the Zealots would have definitely taken some of the splash damage. And now, Siki's going to try to cycle backwards. Well, he's going up to, what? Yeah, Crucible there, of course. 8 Aurora, he's going to have 12 Aurora soon. They just popped, so really interesting. He's got another Gateway stack as well. More Zealots and Draconins on the way, but he can't quite produce out of all of them right now. His third base only now coming online. Power generators will be destroyed by Crankendow, opening up a much more mobile area there, more maneuvering room. Witness spotting for fourth bases. None have been spotted yet, but yeah, Siki knows he's behind economically. Making the one Exemplar, but I think you're going to need more economy to really make a lot of those. More minerals definitely makes sense. You just make Infinity Zealots in this situation. A couple of Ecclesias being filtered in. I don't think those are going to be particularly useful. The Gateway Army isn't growing at the rate that I think you'd think Crankendow would be expecting. A Vulture might be able to get away. Nope, not quite. One Blackjack being sent to 6 o'clock. The Wardens will shoot it down, but he will scout that there is a Nexus there, I think. I mean, if you scout structures there, you're going to assume there's a Nexus anyway. Yeah, honestly, the anti-air is not in a great spot if you think about it. And that's what I believe Siki's game plan is with the Auroras as well. Is if they get shot down, okay, they're going to do some fatal damage to the clustered up mech units. But if there's only a small spattering of Blackjacks and Goliaths, there's 5 of each right now with the army, but the rest of it is Vulture Phalanx, they can't shoot up at all. So what do you even really do there? Ant-Seals are coming up as well, but the army in general can make short work of that. A couple more Exemplar being added in after. Yeah, Siki trying a very different style than we typically see. Okay, the Dead Ecclesiast is going to be the opportunity for the army to fly in more, and those Auroras are just targeting down the Goliaths initially. The Exemplars laying into the Phalanx count, and that will be it for the anti-air. A huge turn of events as the Auroras, when they do get executed for their last orders, they also increase the attack speed of nearby allies. Oh, some very painful pumps from those Phalanxes, but I mean, at the end of the day, you are still talking about a complete army wipe, and the air fleet is so very strong. 23 Auroras still, and Siki is going to be pushing forward, pressing the issue. Atlas goes down. He's making a lot of Goliaths, but I don't think Crankendow is actually going to have what it takes to clear this position. Zealots clear a Blackjack off to the side. The Ant-Seal is the sole survivor of that fight, or maybe it was rallied in after the fact. And this Atlas could go down, man. The Watchdogs are not going to survive versus this concerted group. He'll just go after the Masonry. Let that Atlas build up if he wants. No, never mind. No, he was going to see if he can just shoot down the Ministry. It's not a bad idea, to be honest, but... Yeah, there it goes. Up in smoke. A couple more Watchdogs can be shot down over here. He only lost 2 Aurora in the process anyway, so... Now, oh yeah, one of them goes down and just increases the attack speed anyway, making them shoot everything more. Ay, 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 it's so spooky. Alright, behind this, it's a lot of Gateway units being restocked. Not a lot of Zealots, interestingly enough. Aurora, Exemplar. I think Zealots would be a perfect fit because you want to be able to force some splash damage onto the Goliaths if you can get on top of them. 4th base coming up in the bottom left. Nothing over here in the bottom right just yet, or in the low ground 3rd. And he did stop the gas mining over here. Crankadow hasn't resumed making his Atlas. Yeah, I think he's maybe been a little overloaded, brain melted by the air switch. Sicky finding a more fun style for him to play. More Zerg style, perhaps, with all the air units. And yeah, he'll just go ahead and fly in here, right-click some Phalanx, and then follow back as the additional units come on in. Yeah, at this point, the Phalanx count is vastly outnumbered by the Goliaths, so you focus down the artillery with your air units, and you let the ground army clear the way after the fact. The Watchdog will eventually falter, but still, this is a pretty reasonable hold, it looks like. Most of the, all the Exemplars stayed alive. Gateway Army and Aurora stack were traded, but obviously that was still a calamitous loss of Phalanxes. Well, Mason at 12 o'clock might be looking for a 4th base here. Goodbye, Goliath. We hardly knew you. The Ministry's not quite burning it down, but here we go. Another base being set up for Sicky in the bottom left. He'll eventually take the double gas as well. Making a lot more Zealots. I think he realizes Zealots would have helped him out a lot more there. There's the lobotomy mine. A couple more of those still in place. And while Crankadow is trying to mass up his Goliath man with a couple of blackjacks, and that was a pretty nice lobotomy mine hit as well, it still at the end of the day is going to be somewhat costly, and there's a rally of units moving in to the other side. So the Exemplars are going to end up going down. They're being focused down here as we speak. And here we go, the Dracodon's coming in to start clearing out the last of the Phalanxes. And just look at the fact that, you know, we're still dealing with only a dozen Goliaths remaining. The Dracodons are going to need to fall away from this fight. They won't be able to win as the reinforcements come in. It's one less Phalanx, though. Stalling out a little bit with all of the Goliaths in tow. Needs to start maybe thinking about either artillery units that can deal with them, Cantors and the like, or you know, things that are not going to be heckled by Phalanx as much, considering there's hardly any on the map. Stargate production has kind of run down a little bit, but we still have more units massing up for another attack from 9 o'clock, and a couple land effects are on the way. I'm not sure why. I mean, there's no air units to attack, so hard to say. Captaincy coming. Crankadow's going to try to bail himself out of here with Reclaimer tech. I don't even know if Sicky's seen that before. And if you don't know how to fight against it, it can be quite a knowledge check. But honestly, Auroras aren't bad versus them. They consume a lot of the corpses, so it makes it hard to actually use your Apostle tech. Looks like he was going to come in for a raid with the disruption field activated. Pardon the cough there. A unitary union gets put down. Sicky's like, I'm not out of this match yet. Okay, I guess I have to go architect. And it's true. It's a good choice. He's adding grand libraries as well. I wonder what he's going to make with those. The Atreus. Okay, yeah, I've been told some things about the Atreus. All right, couple mantles, couple captaincies. He scouts tier 2 being set up. Oh, he just blocked his mantle. Oh, Crank. Yeah, float it over here, dude. Set Squidward's house down somewhere nice. The Apostles are here. Cataphracts are being made as well. Adding even more Watchdogs. I mean, he's pretty poor. He hasn't even restocked his gas mining for the second geyser. Taking another base, pushing more units across. Crucible to empower the Grand Libraries, making mass Atreus. And the Unitary Union will finish up shortly as well. Actually, don't know where that is being placed. Is that in the main? There it is. Yeah, it's around the other Crucibles. That makes sense. Oh, he's just doing it for Ancestral Archives. I hope he's not... Siki, I hope you're not going to try to fit an Optecton through this base. I guess it can still route out, but that's going to be such a pain. Good luck, my friend. Brave soldier. He could absolutely walk in here with his ground army and shellac the low ground third, but obviously the army for Krankendow isn't so far out of position just yet. And see him trying to leap... Okay, he's trying to figure out where the army actually is. He's got Aurora Land effect. If he keeps his ground army separate to try to answer whatever Crank does here, he can definitely do a raid in the main base. That's actually really good, considering. There he goes, disables the watchdogs there. Anti-air defenses can't do a thing. Nexus does get set up and starting to get heckled, but Krankendow's in disarray, trying to waypoint units over. Watchdog will be destroyed. And Siki going for an engagement in the middle of the map. We do have a good number of Apostles here, and the Auroras aren't here to scoop the corpses, so gotta remember that as well. Still have 11 Auroras and 3 land effects. Trading some of the Goliaths out. Another thing you can do versus Reclaimers, by the way, is you can definitely just kind of kite backwards a lot, as long as you're not losing too many units yourself that the Apostles are going to go. If you kite away and then re-engage after the corpses have lost, or after the corpses have already been cleared, you know, just in terms of like you're going far enough away from them that the Apostles won't be in range, that's another thing you can do, but it's a little bit more situational, because if you keep kiting back forever, then eventually the Terran is at your doorstep. Only 1 Cataphract with this army, by the way, and only 1 Phalanx, so not the greatest in terms of artillery. It's really relying on the backbone of the Goliath in order to do much of anything in this position. Alright, it's going to be a pretty big engagement here, but not all of Siki's forces are ready to rock, and the Apostles are way far away. They're going to be healing some of the Goliath stack in the background, and here comes the land effects to try to disable the units there, but yeah, you can see Siki starting to cycle further away. More Zealots arriving. The Atreises are going to get their bounces for sure. All the Zealots are proving to be quite the issue here. I don't think Krankendow can actually sustain this fight. He's going to try with the Apostles, but the Auroras come back to pick the Phalanx, and GG is called, his army is wiped, and Siki takes game 1 in 22 minutes. Guys, I thought this was going to be the longest weekend wage because of the way that the TVTs were going to go, but apparently not. Arbus has been felled by Cannoli in that lower bracket. That's crazy, dude. That's really cool. Now Cannoli versus Newt. Yes, the Atreus was revised. Atreus was revised to deal bounce damage. It's very expensive. So, and it can't shoot air units, so that's a bit of a hard one. Frank picks map 2 here. Okay. Looks like Corrosion is selected by Krankendow. So we'll go ahead and check in with our bracket so you guys can see where everything is at. As you can see here, we have the next matches already underway. Hanmano Sausage, was that already done? It looks like they might still be in action. Yes, Hanmano Sausage still in action as far as I can tell. Cannoli versus Newt is up next as Cannoli defeated Arbus. Remember, winner of this will go up against... Not hit him up because he's already bowed out of the lower bracket. He said that his back was hurting too much, so we hope he feels better soon. So the winner of this is actually going straight into the best of threes. Up here, Suki is 1-0 over Krankendow. The winner faces the eventual second placer, I guess the eventual second finalist in the upper final, the grand final rather. But the loser will be cast down to the lower final and await the conclusion of all of these other matches down here. So we're into our final moments, our final matches here. Hanmano just defeated Sausage, as I said that, so we can fill in one more result. The winner of Cannoli Newt will face Hanmano. Waiting on Suki to pop into our game 2. It's taking a break for a moment. Checking out potential new graphic here from Bailethal. Okay, all right. It's possible. It's possible. Guys, we have 24 viewers on YouTube, 6 viewers on Twitch. Thank you all for checking out Cosmonarchy for Weekend Wage Day. It's been quite a stacked setup here with 16 players. Very happy with that. I just let Suki know the lobby was up in case he maybe thought he had to host or wait for somebody else. If he doesn't see it, then, you know, we'll have to get him to reset. Oh, there he is.
This individual is a fraud.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Veek, for the sub there. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been good stuff for quite a while now, but especially today, apparently. Really epic game so far. Now we're getting into game 2. Krankendow versus Suki coming at you here on Corrosion. A map by Biddy B. Opening match that we casted today was on Aegis, Veek. You might not have seen it, but it was hit him up outclassing Slav, which is somewhat expected. Slav is a new guy. And hit him up even when he's a little bit debilitated by sickness is obviously a homie who has played quite a bit of Cosmonarchy. So. Here we go. Suki is in the top left. Krankendow in the bottom right. Pro player Suki from Hungary. Known as a Zerg man. Our reigning Acropolis 4 champion as well. A reigning Acropolis champion, I should say, but also Acropolis 4 champion. And I suppose maybe he should be considered the favorite for the Weekend Wage. Newt beat him last time in a contested grand final. And that was because Suki was off racing his Protoss instead of playing Zerg. He's still doing it, though. And he's already defeated Krankendow. Let's see if we can do it again. Up 1-0 in the set. This is a best of 3 to decide who is going to be making it into the grand final through the upper bracket. Hello, Fruchtfisk. I hope you're doing well. So 2-gate versus eventually a second Fulcrum here from Krankendow, just like the previous match, it would seem. Oh, ho, ho! Suki would like to conclude this series a little bit faster, I think. Suki would like to be out of here. Is this going to be a proxy gate? Like, what's he going to do here? That's what I want to know. Because surely you don't, like, Warden creep your way forward, right? This is about the vision. This right about here is about the vision of Krankendow. So we got to keep that in mind. If it goes past about 2 tiles south of this little hole in the ground, whatever Suki builds will be seen. He's gonna proxy Cabbalist? Dude, that's sick. That is sick, E. Sick E, dude. Nutty. And he's made a Zealot first. The Legionnaire or Zealot could be a good choice to try to go for some kind of rush, but... I mean, this is pretty ballsy. This is pretty ballsy. Oh, the Vulture scouted it! The Vulture spotted it, dude! What do you do now, Ziki? Oh, man, he was too good. GG! Alright. Ziki had some fun, apparently. And that's why we don't... And that's why we don't proxy in Cosmonarchy, I guess. At least not in the guy's base. He did say this is his last event as Protoss, and then he goes back to Zerg after this. So, just saying that. I don't know if that matters for anybody, but we go to Knife's Edge for our Decider. This is a difficult map for Terran, but it's playable, as Newt proved. And we will await our players readying up. They have both entered our lobby. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We have Krankendow on the right-hand side, Siki on the bottom left. He is the yellow Protoss. Oh, brass Protoss. That's a nice color. And, of course, we have Krankendow over here. And, oh, man, he's some kind of off-white, isn't he? Is he beige? Beige Terran. There you go. I knew it wasn't quite white. Hello, Jason Estrada. Welcome. Gotta make that part of the hype video. What, Siki's proxy getting scouted? Yeah, I guess. We will have the Fulcrum coming up here very shortly, but it's Siki going Lattice now. What is he doing with a Lattice? You know, going Vassal first does force Goliath earlier than maybe the Terran wants to have, so there's that as a potential element here. But, yeah, I'm interested in seeing this. Second Lattice as well. He's really going to be committing to it, whatever he decides. It will be scouted first by Crank, though. Alright, second Fulcrum. Now, what do you do in this situation as Crank when you see this? What's your reaction, you know? Oh, making the Watchdog. Not a bad reaction. Shopkeeper Dog's really allergic to that. And by that I mean he does it, but he doesn't like it. He complains about it. Oh no! Goodbye. I really wonder if Siki felt like saying GG there, just like in the game too. He's gonna see if he can chase down the Mason, but it will take a lot of hits. It's 12 hits, by the way, to kill a Mason with the Vessel. He's gonna do it though. He's gonna do it! Give me! No! My god! Krankendow snapping the neck. I can't believe he floated the Watchdog over to save his Mason. I just realized that. He, like, man was committed, and now he floats it back over. Whew! One more shot would have killed the third Vassal, dude. What do you even... How do you even handle yourself in that situation? Okay, let's get a little serious for a moment. What we might see from this. So, Lattice into Grand Library, into maybe a Rogue Gallery for a Charlatan. But we'll see about that last part. This could be idols with manifolds against the mech army before the Phalanx arrives. So the Vassal will get snapped again, but scouting a Goliath. So this is a lot of information Siki has gathered. That's the second Grand Library. Okay, I was going to say, if that's a Rogue Gallery, that really does cement what I was thinking. Basically, if you go idle and you have something to protect them versus a snap from the Vultures, idols actually play into Vulture fairly well. They splash a little bit wider now anyway, so it's going to be even better than it was before. But they were always pretty good. Nexus, oh no, Pylon getting put down here by Siki. Still not used to players actually doing that, but building the Pylon beforehand is helpful for establishing forward posts. Maybe one day we'll get autocords. Maybe one day they'll be used. They are a worker with mobile power field. Okay, Siki going to go straight for Atreus now. I wonder if somebody told them about this build, or if this is just him deciding what he wants to do a little bit early. I don't mind the warden placement here, you know, blocking vultures from just kind of careening off to the side and around. Oh, an embassy as well to add even more of a block there. Might make his own army movements a little bit rough, but we'll have to see as time goes on. Goliath Vulture, Watchdog repositioning to provide a little bit less economic disruption to the mining paths. And the Nexus has been placed by our Protoss. Krankenau has been forced into more of a one-base position here. No expansion in sight for him. He just does not have the spare minerals after going so heavily into Goliath production, which are much more costly than Vultures. But he does have a much superior army, and Siki is in a position where he could get an idol snapped by a decisive strike from Krankenau before he can retreat to the Warden. Let's see how quickly he retreats here. Yeah, it looks like that idol will go down. Not quite as snapped as I thought it would be, but the second one falls really quickly, so that does kind of put you at a disadvantaged position. We're getting two more Atreuses here. One of them just finishes. He gets an Amaranth on the other side. Yeah, he needs some kind of front line to keep the Vultures off of him. He only traded one Vulture there and lost two idols for it. Bulwark isn't a bad idea, but I almost would wonder if he needs more like damage. The burst of the Vultures is kind of not helping, not helped by shield sustain or whatever in the same way when it's just a periodic thing like that. Siki will not be pressured any further, though. The Palladium is coming off of 2 Folk. The expansion has been put down. And Krankenau feels like he's got the military superiority right now, so he doesn't need to go for something more aggressive. He's already safe enough. He's going to lay mines for any potential drop. The embassy was scouted because it was at the wall, so at the natural wall, so he knows that he's potentially going to get dropped here. And the Atreuses will cycle back. Shout out to Balefall for that model, by the way. Very nice. He made the original as well, but updating it and redoing the animations and the rigging and all that is it's a feature. It is a feature. In the lower bracket, Newt has defeated Cannoli, and he will go ahead and auto-pass through hit him up. That means that it's Newt versus Hot Mono, TVT, best of 3 in the lower bracket. With the winner of that best of 3 facing the loser of this best of 3. Into our final series here of Weekendwage 16. We started 2 hours ago. Honestly, might not be our longest running Weekendwage at the end of this. We'll see how long that TVT set goes. But I suppose if Crank loses here, we're guaranteed 2 TVT best of 3s. That's a lot. That is a lot. Atreus Herald, we got more Grand Libraries coming online here. Golems being added for the Lattice production, and pretty good setup here for Siki on all things considered. Terran does still have nukes. Nobody really seems to use them in meta play, though, and I would love for that to be something that does get developed. But despite my best efforts of making them more accessible, you can actually use Science Vessel equivalents. The Seraph can also paint nuke targets, and they're a flying unit, obviously, so you can do that. I mean, there's all kinds of things. Vulture is going to wrap around to see what's happening here at the 9 o'clock. And you can see Siki trying to run away with his scribe, but it's maybe going to work in the sense that he can send another one up there now, but his witness is here checking for mines. Another witness at the front here will spot the army comp and see that there are 3 phalanxes already. Siki star pad, or Krankenau star pad. Yeah, if Siki plays Terran next, that's going to be insane. The star pad for Krankenau is coming up, and so we will be able to see some detection and maybe stop these witnesses from providing constant information streamed back to the Protoss HQ. Mineral only third base for Siki, as his 9 o'clock was slightly disrupted. Looks like this Vulture is on a patrol path here, and Siki does spot that, but will he bother to snap the neck and reveal his position? I'm not sure. And we have a lodestone being built in the main base. This is a very interesting strat. All right, the engagement is going to try to come on in with the Golem Amaranth combo, but it looks like he's going to be consistent and just fall away. Content with taking out one Phalanx. I mean, in theory, it's not too bad. And there's that mineral-only base taken by Crank. Warden's being put down over here at the 9 o'clock, and eventually a Nexus will likely follow. I do like Siki's macro. You know, in general, it seems like he's superior at macroing a non-Zerg race compared to Crank and Dow. Based on the sample size of Game 1, I will say, in the head-to-head. Herald's providing opportunity for further engagement. As soon as one unit falls, that will speed up the rest of the army, and there we go. Atreus is trying to get their bounces off. They're able to keep up, and remember, the Phalanxes were not able to deploy before that fight began, so the Protoss really taking a good initial engagement here. Still, the front line is going to eventually falter, and will the Phalanx count be high enough afterwards to deal with the Atreus as the Heralds go down and speed up the attack rate of those Atreuses, and it feels like that back line, it was operational for much too long. Siki getting right on top of the Phalanxes. GG! He's made it to the grand final. Crank and Dow will have to fight another Terran player. It's guaranteed PvT no matter who makes it through the lower bracket. It looks like our other match right now, the Hanmano Newt game, has already entered game 1. So we'll see if we can catch that. Atreus Man strat discovered. What's up, Hippity? Tough luck on your opening draw there. I haven't seen P-Sense play in a while. I was curious how your game against him went. I thought I might be able to catch you later on in the bracket, but was not to be. Shiny eyeballs. That's just because I'm really happy and excited about how epic Weekendwage is, guys. And then after this, it's Mom No Go birthday time, so I get to do that after. Pretty epic. We're going to be going into Game 2 of Newt versus Hanmano, as I don't think either of the players will be able to pause the game and stream in the midst of it. So we're going to go ahead and prep that. Faction Wars Weekendwage, as a longtime member of the community. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Especially with all the faction work that has been done recently. Oh, the death drop, okay. We could probably take a look at some of those replays while we're waiting and then just dip out when I get pinged. So we can take a look at some of those games. I'll go ahead and refresh the page to make sure that we're not missing something obvious. I can't believe he just tapped out when the scout was done. That's kind of wild. Let's see, how long does it do we think we're going to be here for that next game? Let's find out. Don't look at yours? Okay. Well, we were supposed to see a TVP on Corrosion, so why don't we go ahead and load one up while we're waiting. I need like a ping or something, like an automated notification in my browser whenever a new match result gets uploaded. All right, we're taking a look at Hanmano versus Sausage on Corrosion, and we are in a best-of-1 match here. Waiting on another matchup to finish game 1 so that we can jump into game 2 of it. But I wanted to give you guys still some more coverage and action to look at, and we almost had a match like this on this map with the Terran in the bottom right and the Protoss in the top left, but then Siki got his proxy scouted and then dropped out, so that was a GG right there. We have the Gateway into Grand Library build from Sausage. Looks like he might want to go for the Atreus early on, but Hanmano is going to one Folk expand? I mean, I like it, don't get me wrong, but this guy, man, this guy has always got something. First Vulture already out. Second Grand Library on one base. This feels a little committed from Sausage. I'm not sure it's going to quite work out for him, but I sure hope it does. Or maybe I don't hope it does. I like Hanmano as well as I like Sausage. Sausage donates. Hanmano is a pro StarCraft 2 player from Korea that's a Giga Chat, so, you know, there's a couple of things there. Oh yeah, GG Zetsume. Yeah, whenever you do end up falling asleep, I hope you sleep well. Enjoy the ASMR. Cosmonarchy ASMR. Live! Never mind. Absolutely got bodied. I don't think he would have escaped anyway, but he scouts Grand Library. I mean, I don't think Hanmano knows about the new Atreus, so is he really going to be aware of what's happening there? But either way, Fulcrum number 2 on the way, anchor for the Goliaths to jump into. The lobotomy mines were already pre-laid earlier by that one Vulture. Where did he put the third one? I guess it might have already been eated. But he didn't have one on the Vulture when he went in there, so that's where I'm confused. You really like when the warp-in animation is orange? Oh yeah, it's like a darker version of the player color. So it's pretty cool. Of course, it'll be some time before Sausage warps in any other structure, but when that happens, I'll try to look at it for you. Just for you, Frixus. I'm very grateful that Siki actually joined us for this Weekendwage. I just realized that he was one of the last signups to actually pop through. It might not have happened, but he popped in anyway. Pretty nice, pretty neat. Oh, Nexus! Warpin! Come on. Sausage, you spent all your money. You spent all your money on other things. Why would you do that? So, there's only the one Atreus right now. Vulture does indeed scout it out. And then those Protoss are going to be angry. Oh, we'll get a Warden. Okay. It's not going to be very orange yet, but when he finishes. Oh, when he finishes. I didn't even really do color guesses, right? It's yellow Zerg. I mean Protoss. Fern green Terran. There you go. Sometimes all my brain power goes into guessing the color, and then I forget what race I'm talking about. It's really good, because it doesn't make any sense. The Amaranths are going to be bopped there. Lobotomy mines getting popped here. And I know that's really important to look at, but look. Yeah. I'm a man of my word. Well, the Goliaths are trying their best to pepper down the frontal. The anchor is going to fall. There's another pair of Goliaths in that other anchor, though. And, well, it looks like they were able to pop both Hierophants at the same time. Oh, the Atreus also goes down. It's just the Amaranths left, and one of them even will falter as well. So, definitely a better situation there for Hanmano. A couple Cyclops are on the way. The Star Pad is there to potentially drop I know Hamano had to endure that from Kutiam, so he's clearly aware of the Cyclops' potential. But there is a witness spying on this whole base, so third base on the way for Hamano. Our Terran is going to continue trying his best. And the Envoy will be moving across. Oh, I think we're gonna have to come out, you know, go over here and pause this game, guys, and come back to it afterwards because you know how it is. But there's a different game in town now, and that game is Newt versus Hanmano. Oh, good, it's on the same map. All right, how am I gonna do this? I guess I just have to pick the Cosmonarchy. Where is it? Oh, I'm in the wrong window. That would be why. Hi, we're in the lobby. Check it out. And then I have to change my audio over as well, I think. This is dumb. I just have another instance of the game running. Can't possibly be bad at all. Alright. Let's check it out here. We do not have game audio. We gotta fix that. Let's find it. Is it this one? You guys will have to tell me if you only hear Terran noises and Protoss music. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, I gotta fix the P border. Okay. Don't worry, we'll finish that other game soon, but this one's live, so it's more important. Alright, Hamano in the bottom right, Newt in the top left. We have a TVT best of 3, and right now Hamano leads 1-0. Can you believe that? Let's go ahead and update the scoreboard here. So, the first game was played already, and I can confirm to you the map. It was Crisis Vector, about 11 minutes. Hamano got one over on Newt. The Pumpkin? No, Vivid Orange. Okay, Vivid Orange Terran. The name color is a dead giveaway now, but I was looking at the units. And of course, the Fern Green Terran down here in the bottom right is Hamano. They both went back, as per usual. SMH. I love Cosmonarchy, guys. And these two are Cosmonarchy guys. See what I did there? I think before the next Acropolis really kicks off, I'm going to try to set my green screen back up. I should have enough free time to try to do that in the couple weeks that we got before the qualifiers kick on. I'm not sure I'll actually involve my own webcam in the Acropolis streams, just because I guess you guys would have to tell me. But I like that Acropolis is very prestigious and focused on the players. Maybe it would add some element of production value and stuff if I was on the camera. You guys would have to tell me, though. I don't really know if that's true. Let's settle in for a TVT nonetheless. We are live for this second game in the best of 3. We did miss game 1, but it was presumably a relatively pacey TVT. It didn't even make 11 minutes. I thought, just kind of safe betted that it would be like 20 and we'd have time to finish that other cast, but we'll have to do that. We'll do that after everything, guys. We're fine. Or maybe we won't. We'll see how long it goes. But the Vultures are indeed getting bombed. And Newt is going to have to cycle away. Somebody said it was like meth biker gang wars is what TVT is. So, they must be stuck in the Vulture phase of it. Couple lobotomy mines. Oh, that's a really good move from Hamano, but then he cycles backwards into another one of Newt's, so not quite. Here's his reinforcements. Diving away from where he knows the mine positioning was. Oh, he still pops one. Oh, that one was actually expertly dodged by Newt. Okay, it might be my, meth biker gang wars or whatever, but isn't it cool? I think it's kind of nifty. Oh no, he lost two. Oh, Mono, no! Oh no, Mono. Whoa. Your vultures are dead. What are you gonna do now, dude? That's your whole game. Both players going for the ministry behind this aggression. If the vultures can push through the lobotomy mines and snipe the mason, that would be pretty good, right? If you think about it, you're like, yeah, then you can't make your ministry as fast or whatever. Oh, he's got to jump on that. He really has to jump on that. Yeah, there you go. Okay, not bad. Is he going to do anything about it, though? Obviously, the vulture count is higher for Newt, but only barely. And more are coming all the time. Yeah, so Newt's very, very barely holding on to a vulture count advantage of 1. And he's going to have to deal with more mines being laid in his face. Only 1 mine gets popped so far. That's another one. That's going to be a lot of extra vultures now for Newt. He clears 3 without losing any. So really reducing the count. Now we're at trying to clear more of the... Oh no! Oh god! Hanmano is on top of his own minefield, hoisted by his own petard. It happens all the time! And that's going to be every single vulture of his going down. As Newt forces the issue. Trying to lay the mines beforehand, but it might be a little bit too little too late. Yeah. Oh, he's doing an admirable job, honestly. Compared to where we started this whole ordeal. He was down like 3 or 4 vultures. He's got Goliaths behind this. No wall or anything like that, so he's going to put the anchor down, which does make some sense, but I'm a little bit concerned still. Now, waypointing 1 vulture in. We are going to have more vultures out pretty soon. Best he can hope for here is lay some mines in the path here or whatnot and try to go for some harassment. But he kills the first of the Masons. That was one of his own lobotomy mines that he sewed on again. But you can't actually break this many Goliaths. And the vultures were ignoring the one that's harassing Newt's own army. So now he's going to have to come down over here. A little bit of micro attempts here from Hanmano. He's struggling. He's struggling a little bit. What will he do? Okay, he's got a couple of mines put down. Oh yeah, that one didn't... That one was technically put down in an illegal spot. We have to fix the bug that lets you do that. Almost got another Mason kill, but he definitely did a number on Newt. He's up by 9 workers, 10 workers now. That's kind of wild. But Newt will respond by taking a 3rd base very quickly, and unless Hanmano re-indexes into some vultures to try to do some heckling, there's not going to be any way for him to really know that this is happening, let alone actually try to punish it. By the way, Newt is a serial ministry misplacer, and I think he just did it again. 1 tile to the right. Might want to check his mouse accuracy or something. These little divots up here cannot be built on, so Hanmano's going to try to take a forward position past them. That does technically open them up to being ranged down from the low ground, or from the high ground, rather. Hanmano needs to actually garrison the anchor so that these Goliaths get seen off. Looks like one of them almost goes down, another does end up falling. Confirms nothing at the 3rd base. And, wow, the Goliaths actually unload. So, Hanmano's playing a little bit fast and loose here. Doesn't even want to bother repairing that anchor right now. Oh, Newt! What are you planning, good sir? Well, the Goliaths are already stomping around here, and they will be able to very easily take out a lot of these vultures. So far, it's just 1-to-1, but the Ministry is coming up with enough pace that I think Hanmano's totally fine in the economics department. Obviously, Newt's just finished, and he's going to try to catch back up in workers, but he's still down by 12, by the way. Corrosion is a map where you have some neutral minables, like Crisis Vector and some of the other maps that we've seen occasionally, but not currently on either player's mind. It looks like Hanmano is clearing all of the mines out, which is really nice, actually. It's a small detail, and it feels like it was a deliberate choice by Hanmano to go look for that. He's got a couple more Goliaths at home on the rally, so... Oh, going mass phalanx now. Hanmano, if he takes out Newt in the TVT, it feels like he's really leveled up his game, right? Newt's going for a double star pad for the Trojans. If he goes for Wraiths, we might have to see the new Valkyrie model in action. Now the phalanxes are going to start to be deployed en masse. The third base is complete for Hamano. Goliath clearing more of the mines in the middle. Vultures just sort of pirouetting around the map. What's going on, Ayud? Hope you're doing well. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Goliath Phalanx seems to be the play for Hamano, adding Ant Seals as well for the ability to maybe ignore enemy Phalanxes for a short time. And he's doing a good job of contesting the Vultures on the map control. Newt doesn't really seem to be all that with it so far, but he is planning a mass drop. We've got just a small spattering of Vulture Goliath and mostly Cyclops. This is a base killer. This is a Mason killer. This is a question of whether or not Hamano will see it coming. The Vultures are going to maybe try to pirouette around off to the left-hand side. Hamano not in a good position for a counterattack. And he does have some watchdogs over here, but he's got nothing for defense and nothing for mobility into that right-hand side. His Ant Seals are going to go up to 4 strong, and his Phalanxes are unpacking. He intends to go just as the Trojans are sighted, looking for a way in that doesn't involve potentially losing some of those Trojans. Artfully done by Newt. And he unloads immediately right on top. It does look like Hamano might have been starting to move forward into a defensive posture here early on. And this is a fairly big commitment, but both watchdogs have been shattered, so the exit path is clear. Vulture's now contesting, trying to maybe go for a run-up by. Another Trojan dropping over here, but doesn't get every single thing out. Trying to bomb down the Ministry as best they can. That's what the Cyclops are sometimes best at, is dealing dedicated damage to some of these structures, but the Goliath will be the last one to take damage on it, put damage down to it. A lot of Masons did go down to that drop. Newt does have the worker advantage. Every single Trojan goes down. Much of the army has been reset, and Hamano has an absolutely immense military advantage now. He's got a brief window where he can capitalize on it by moving across the map. It will be scouted by some of these lobotomy mines, and Newt is in a position to maybe hold. He's got Phalanxes coming online, adding Ant Seals to the package, defending his third preemptively and proactively. Blackjacks have started to be filtered in. It is a pretty big mech force coming across, and the worker count isn't that significantly in Newt's favor, that it means something economically long-term. The Sieves are coming up, and that is something that Hamano himself has not elected to offer. A couple of these Phalanxes getting caught, perhaps, by Hamano's forces a little bit before Newt was in a position to properly defend them. So they're not going to have as much defensive power as maybe he wanted them to. The Ant Seals start being right-clicked might be a mistake, as that's allowing the Phalanxes to push further forward. Only one Phalanx remains on Newt's side, and he's done hardly any damage to the artillery side on Hamano's push. He continues to push forward. Does look like some additional damage is waiting to be lobbed on. We've got Phalanxes deployed in a very nice position, safeguarded by the third. And this is a more defensive line. Definitely something Hamano's going to need to think a little bit more carefully about pushing into. But maybe not. He wants to just go for it. Can he really try to challenge this position? He was very clumped up there. And his Ant Seals were not in a position to actually block the predominant number of the Phalanx shells. Finally, that Phalanx will go down on the right-hand side, but these ones are still ranging. Still able to reach due to the cliff advantage. Hamano sieged maybe a little bit too close to the sun. Confirming no third base up at 12 o'clock. Instead, it's at 9 for Newt. I should say 4th base. And Valkyries are on the way. Try to clear out those Ant Seals. Blackjacks are pretty good at dealing with Valkyries, though, so I don't know how effective those will end up being. Balefall made the model for that one, and we'll be dialing in some of the shaders later on, but it's really nice to have our own model for that, I'll tell you that much. Goliaths are going to try to preempt this Mason push. At the same time, though, we do have an engagement with the army. Phalanxes on both sides. The Valkyries are here to try to deal with the Ant Seals. but it doesn't look like there's much of anything to support them now. And the Blackjacks are just going to keep on chasing down those Masons. It was a good move to go for the Valks, but he needed more to break that many Ancial shields, and he does not have anything on the ground in that position. Did not trail Hanmano's army movement as much as he would like. Every Mason going down. Hanmano once again taking the worker lead, and he set up a ministry, or is setting up a ministry into the top middle right there. Steve going down, another Mason being cleared. The counterattack is the way to go for Newt. He's putting a lot of pressure, trying to force a cancel on this base. A horde of Blackjacks is going to be making ready to intercept. Those will not do too well against what Newt has over here with all the Phalanxes. They flatten a lot of the Ancial energy, making them much more vulnerable to the Valkyries now. This could be a turning point if Hanmano doesn't take this more cautiously. A horde of Valkyries flying overhead. Not much anti-air for them to realistically be doing when most of the army is indeed on the ground. But there's Trojans going in for the main. This could be a very big push. If he just drops right on top of those Phalanxes, which of course he will, what are you realistically going to be able to do? At the very least, the Valkyries can clear the skies. And the tank mode is a much better position for Newt, but look at that. He fell upon Hanmano's army in the middle of the map. Looks like the main base was a distraction after all. And even though he'll clear it without losing too much in the main, he's lost a lot of tempo, a lot of pressure. 6 o'clock, we know, is not actually operating yet. Ministry being made in the top right. A Phalanx confirming nothing happening at 3 and maybe going for a siege mode position in a pretty nasty angle. By 12 o'clock, going to get canceled out immediately. Not even canceling it, but it was only a treasury. And the Valkyries will take a little bit of damage there from the Goliaths, but hunting around for the pack of Ancials. They might get their opportunity. Almost all drained already. You can see how effective a few Valkyries can be at that. Does he need more, or is he going to prioritize spending on other things? Now, his Phalanxes are caught out in the middle, and some of them were just unsieging, which versus Blackjacks makes some sense, since they do struggle with that high armor, but this is a flank, and they really would have been more cost-efficient, it feels like, clearing everything out a different way. So he clears that spoke. Hanmano now pushing forward to maybe set up a containment outside the natural. But the third is still running, thrumming for Newt. He's got a worker lead, so he's getting plenty of extra cash in terms of that kind of thing. Obviously, it's going to mean that his base is mined out a little faster, but maybe that's okay for him right now. Hanmano definitely exerting a lot more pressure and loading up another round of Trojans. He is going for the drop. This time to end all drops. Maybe he can just go straight in and bomb out onto the main or natural, or even the production. Hell, you have to wonder if it's not a little bit of a superior move here to unload on top of the military that Newt even has and just clear the Phalanxes that way. He doesn't have a lot of Phalanxes, to be fair. His own Trojan full of 4 vultures is his offering on the drop. And even with so much inside the Trojans here that it fills the screen, we have all of these. Oh my god, those Valkyries. Those Valkyries could have been real bad. They were real bad, but the Trojans stay alive thanks to the Ancials. Okay, he's gonna go for it. And look at that siege position! Unloads a little bit on one side, and can he get the rest of them unloaded elsewhere? It looks like he can. Is it going to be enough for the rest of the army to break through? He's fighting without his Phalanxes right now. Don't mind the overlay. That's just an issue of the new Valkyrie model being omnidirectional. The Vulture drop is going to be good to connect a little bit of damage here. Big Mason rally to the top right, as the whole right side of the map is Hanmano's territory. I didn't mind the idea, but he definitely could have bombed out a little bit better. That's a huge spread. And now with air superiority, rates have started to filter out. They do really good damage to sieged Phalanxes, much less to unsieged ones. But Hanmano won't blink yet. Tier 2 is completed for Newt. He's adding starports. We've seen this before. It goes for the Gorgons. But there's a lot of Goliaths and more Trojans where that came from as well. Valkyrie's trying to hightail it out of there, but the Ant-Seal has gone down for Newt. Which also means we won't be seeing any more of those overlay debugs. Doom drop into the main base might have worked out a little bit better for him. He's got 4 more Trojans and wants to try again. Eee, those shellackings, though, they're pretty heavy. He's going to unload right in front of the Phalanxes instead of right on top of them. Anseal's got shot down by some Goliaths up there. We still have about half of the Phalanx count for Newt that was there to begin with, but it's not that much, and there's plenty more where that came from. Goliaths to deal with the Wraiths for now. Starport's only completing now as we speak, and we don't have any more Anseals for detection. So that is a genuine concern, but he still kept 5 Phalanx alive. 4 more Anseals being produced. Another Ministry has been queued up here at the 3 o'clock position. Nothing queued up from the starports yet. He's just desperately trying to make as many Phalanx as he can. Sniping what he can with the Wraiths as well. Slightly managed. Remember, they do full damage to the Phalanx when it's in siege mode. And look at this, the Blackjacks are going to be wrapping around. There's no Phalanxes over here to help deal with this. The Wraiths are actually the only thing that he can realistically use. 6 more Phalanxes coming in from the rally. He's going to try to put a few more Phalanxes off to the side here behind the anchors, which are completely empty, by the way. But Hamano is not pulling the trigger. He's just happy to be in the lead. His Atlas goes down. He's evacuated the main mineral line and apparently the natural mineral line because of how depleted it is. So he's actually really only on 3 mining bases right now. You could say the same for Newt, but remember, his main is depleted, his natural will soon be depleted, and probably the same is true to be said about his 3rd base, which he's been kept contained to for some time. First of the Gorgons are on the way. Repairing up his Phalanxes. And it feels like Hamano is locking in the victory with these extra bases that he is taking. Starting to get from that reservoir as well. The Trojans waypointed into the main base, and I think Hamano might have forgotten about him. But he will scout the Gorgons, the presence of Tier 2, starports, etc. What's he going to do about that with himself? You know, is he just going to go for Cataphracts? Is he going to go for starports to clear the Phalanx? That's the more meta option, but Hamano doesn't always play the meta. He does like starports, though, so it does stand to reason. Keep in mind, he has not made any Vespene caps, right? The sieve has been up there for some time now, so additional Vespene is indeed there. I love the Cestus versus the Wraiths. I do love that, but obviously he was out of position to help defend that. But he's got a horde of Blackjacks again. He's clearing, he's occupying 9 o'clock. And 12 o'clock is going to be what Newt actually tries to take. A novel idea, considering the fact... Oh, he misplaced it. That's okay. It's not going to... He's going to have to unload it, or lift it off of it. But it shouldn't go down to all of these units, but it's going to be a little close, actually. And his Masonry also came up over here, which is really funny. If those were on attack move instead of what they were on, it would have been death for them. Oh yeah, here they go again. Phalanx is pushing forward. They have the beck and call of the Gorgons and the Wraiths, but obviously Goliaths and Blackjacks and this count are going to be fine versus that. I would love to see a counter push, but he is going to need to drop on top of this position. And look at the Gorgon fleet. Now earmarked for some kind of forward push. The mantles are done, but they're out in the middle of nowhere. Goliaths and Anseals galore down here at the natural choke point. And it looks like Hamano would like to get some mining going, but the bottom left actually getting scouted out here. That's the advance warning to Hamano that there's an air stack elsewhere. He can go for the attack. This is not going to be cost efficient necessarily based on the Phalanx count, but the first layer is actually dead just about completely as the second layer arrives. We've got only a few more coming in. Ministry does end up going down, a lot of Masons massacre, but the Goliaths are now ready to defend the mantles while they work on the Cataphracts. More and more Phalanx is being rallied down. He's only got a few more left. Oh man, there's still enough walkers here to really cause some problems. It looks like it should be held at the pass. The Watchdogs and the Goliaths are doing their best to catch the Gorgons and the Wraiths. Pardon me. Blackjacks are coming in a big measure. Oh, there we go. That's the containment. Yeah, Hamano's played against Solarians from Neblime way too often to not get some kind of preemptive maneuver here. So he really softens up the remaining health pool. We don't have any Stockade, Vestry, Shaman for healing those units en masse. He is going to have to manually repair them if he even wants to. And Crankendow and also Sicky are going to be waiting for a little bit before we get to the grand final at this rate. 23 minutes in, massing up even more. Finally clearing out the reservoir harvesting. There's no anti-air over here in this spot. The cataphracts are actually leaving the building. But with that air stack not in position, again, well, now you have to defend against the bulk of Hamano's army without hardly any of your investment. The same issue he faced against Crankendow on Crisis Vector. It might come to bite him here. Newt only has the 4 Gorgons and the paltry amount of mech defending that 12 o'clock. He does shut down another base, but it's just resulting in a rally elsewhere. And that is a rout at 12. He's got a few phalanx left, but he is depleted. That was his last mining base that was going to be properly affording him something good. Yeah, the cataphracts are going to get caught at the very least, but if you stay to kill the mantles, there's no hope for you at home. And even if you do, look at the cataphract count. We're at 10 catas, and Newt's going to have to be routed and tapped out here to face Crankendow in the next map. Katas are in the main base. Not much here for him. His 3 phalanxes, and now on top of the production. Yeah, Hanmano has achieved, at minimum, top 3 in this event. Our Weekendwage 15 champion knocked out at 4th place. He's going to make this cataphract push a little bit more difficult. They have that projectile, interception there, right? So the Phalanx is actually doing a surprising amount of damage. He even made it a stockade. He's making Mavericks, trying to do whatever he can to clear the position. Wow, Hamano's choking it out here a little bit. He could have just right-clicked the same targets and dealt with it that way. He will clear the last of the Phalanxes. He's cleared the Palladium as well, so there will be no further action here. And that's it. It almost was an extended game, but obviously there was no chance for Newt in this position. Down goes the Fulcrum. GG. Down goes the Weekendwage champion. It will be Hanmano pushing forward. So, after such an epic match like that, we will have Crankendow picking map 1 against Hanmano. Good to see him face his demons, Hanmano, against TVT. See if Crankendow is actually still awake. Our bracket continues to be filled out. That was a 2-0 over Newt. That's a big statement. You know, TVT is... sometimes you can get a cheeky win in there, but it's a little bit harder than you would think. You know, always harder to finish somebody in TVT. Let's see what happens here. Crank versus Hanmano. Crank already defeated Newt, and Crankendow defeated Hanmano earlier in the bracket. So at this point, he just needs to defeat Hanmano again, and then he can rematch against Sicky. Hanmano playing late into the, early, I guess, into the Korean morning right now. Let's see what we get as we unfurl more and more. It will be Impulsion, selected by Crankendow. He just can't pick Corrosion. That's the only thing. So we won't be seeing that map 3 times back-to-back or whatever it would have been. I'll go ahead and host since he hasn't yet. And we'll jump into the lobby. All right. Very exciting games so far, even if they are TVT. Hey, GG's Newt. Thank you for playing. Your $5 will be coming to you later. Unless you want to say, no, that's not enough money for me. But we will be excited to see you in Acropolis 5, my man. All right, players are ready. We're going to jump right into our next match. Need more monazite, he says. I hope so. I hope we get some more of that. Hamano in the top left, the Fern Green Terran, is up against Krankendow as the beige Terran in the bottom right. This is Krankendow's map pick, Impulsion, a map by BDB. A lot of the maps in Class 1 are maps by BDB, but that's also because a lot of the maps in Cosmonarchy are maps by BDB, in case you didn't know that. He is a prolific map maker. Earlier this week, he actually sent me 7 maps, as casual 7 maps that he made, that he wanted me to look through, approve, add to the Class 0 testing pool and stuff. I'd do anything for $5. Fair. I hope your games were good, Newt. I hope you enjoyed it. I do have to cast something because we don't have a video scheduled for tomorrow. After all of this casting, I should cast one video. And then move on from there. We started this at 1 p.m. local time, and it is 3:45 now. And it might be, 4:45 when we're done, because we, of course, have this TVT best of 3 and then a TVP best of 3, Sicky waiting. Well into the European night now. How does Biddy Dad have time to make so many maps? You'd have to ask him. That's probably the only thing he has time for. He can't play the game as much because he has very small pockets of time and he just sporadically works on a map or whatever. Maybe he's in the chat and he'll explain it. It's true, Alexander. Krankendow not playing Zerg, and Sicky not playing Zerg for that matter, has led to some really long games. But, the Newt Hanmano stuff, that's pretty legit. Those are legit Terran players, so Krankendow's going to go ahead and lay his mines. Will we get into any Vulture shenanigans early on? And it looks like Hanmano just wants to omit it, going for 2 Vault, and then straight into a Goliath. He might go for a second Goliath afterwards? Yeah, okay, interesting. Keep the tournament money as punishment. I am punishing you for playing Terran. Well, Crank usually just gives me the money back anyway, so we'll see how far he gets here. I mean, endurance is surely a factor, right? Like, if you think about how Crank had to play... He had to play a best of 3, but it was more like 2 maps because the second map barely started, so... it was not really that significant, but... versus Sicky. And then he had to play TVTs against Hamano, Crisis Vector against Newt, that went for a pretty long time. He also had a TV... Did he have a TVT opening round? Actually cannot remember right now. I'll have to load up the bracket. Yes, it was versus P-Sense, and I think that was about 11 minutes. So that was probably a bit more of a warm-up game for him. But, just saying, there's a hell of a lot of TVT this man has had to play. Krankendow's Vultures are going to be stepping forward. Oh, that mine actually does end up working in favor of Hamano somehow. Throwing caution to the wind and snapping red on top of it. Vultures can maybe try to overwhelm Goliath counts, but only 1 stun, and he's pulling the boys! He's pulling the boys! Hamano wants to push forward with his Goliaths. He'll use them for clearing mines, he'll use them for repairs, he'll even use them to fight. Now Krankendow needs to slow this down. This is a very committed attack. More Goliaths being made and wonking across. He's been slowed. This could actually favor Crank, believe it or not. Behind this, just producing non-stop Vulture Man. Laying as many mines as he can. Vultures are so tanky, and they're getting repaired at the same time as well. Oh, Crank can't quite finish that Vulture. He tries to pick him off. Oh, and that was the moment. That was the inflection point. Surely from this point forward, Hanmano's march to glory will be unperturbed, and we will go to Hanmano's map pick for game 2. Mason's getting pulled from Crank so he can try to do his own little repair micro. Some great pops here on the lobotomy mines, but it doesn't matter if there's repairmen on the other side. And the Mason's even absorbing some of it, trying to get those mines planted in his face, but the Masons can't stop getting hit. GG! Hanmano, Goliath Man maxing, will take game 1. All right. That was pretty cool. It came up with a build that if you go pure vulture, you simply can't stop, apparently. Maybe with some more work, we'll see. Crisis Vector, okay. He said VC earlier, and I was wondering if he meant to say CV for Crisis Vector. Crankada said, nice game, :D, so he was actually happy about it, apparently. You know, seeing some TVT development. Hanmano has taken game 1, and here we go. The Fern Green Terran in the top left, up against Crankada in the bottom right, who is Cosmic Cobalt? No, Yimin Blue, yeah. That's a hard one for me to guess. So, TVT will enter into its second game of this series. This could be our last TVT if Hanmano is able to finish here. Will Crankada try the same strat? Has he been disabused of that particular tactic after Hanmano's epic Goliath push? What's going on, Power of the Mind? All in for the win, I agree. That's me every game, though. And I just do it in really unpredictable ways, so people don't think it's an all-in, and then it suddenly... I only have Quasilisks 20 minutes into the game. How did this happen? But I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. This is our most populous weekend wage of all time. 16 players. Our previous record, of course, was 15. And we will be getting back up into the non-mirrors pretty soon. After this series is over, it'll be a TVP. As Siki, reigning Acropolis champion, StarCraft 1 Hungarian Pro Zerg from the foreign scene. Oh, thank you very much. Marlon Yerar Vivanko. And then I missed the other one. The fourth name. But I appreciate your YouTube sub. Thank you. If you're even watching the stream, because you might have subbed from a video. But that's okay. You still got your name on there. Name in the lights, dude. 2 Falk for Crank. Hanmano looks like he'll be 1 Falk expand here. Make his Vulture, send his Mason out. Or maybe he'll try to pocket the expansion? Hard to say. He doesn't really do a Worker Scout, unlike Crank. Crank needs to do a Worker Scout versus Hanmano after that last game. Ah, okay, it's a Vulture Goliath into Ministry. So he should definitely look for, you know, like, lay the mines or whatever, right? But he needs to hunt for Mason to, you know, stop this scout from happening, right? Unless Crankada just, you know, pockets it for some time. But there's the Ministry. All right. It does look like Crankada wants to keep to the Vulture play. I wish Alexander had been able to win every game with Bio. That would have been perfect. No, he's trying to escape. Hanmano, stop that rascal. Goliath stole the kill. Grenade almost happened. Almost happened. Anchor coming up to try to stop any Vulture run-bys. The first 2 mines here are still pretty good for disallowing any attack in. And it looks like Hamano will just take the economic advantage from here. Crankendow did scout. Oh, he's going for a 2-Folk Palladium on one base. Maybe wants to use just Phalanx to siege down. We'll see if he starts a star pad before Ministry. That's going to tell us a little bit more about what his thought process here is. Second Folk now beginning for Hanmano. He's been steady on the production, but I'm sure he's going to be pivoting into... Yeah, okay, more Fulcrum before he even makes any more military. Just keeping the Masonry rolling out. Vulture count is at 9 for Crankendow. That is a scary number. Oh dear, Hamano. Please, please don't do this. He lost a Goliath. He lost a Goliath for nothing! Hasn't even killed a Vulture yet. Now, there are 2 Goliaths in the anchor, so he's not quite as weak as he initially looks. He'll put down the Lodestone. I'd love a structure off to the right-hand side here, just to make it so that it's a little bit harder for the Vultures to run in and do more damage or anything like that. I would be a little bit concerned with that. But for now, Hamano just wants to set up like a diagonal line over here, which is fine. Though I do think this anchor becomes a little bit snipeable. The Phalanxes are coming. Triple Phalanx on one base. That's how Crankendow wants to respond to this. Pretty committed push. And before Hamano can really get to a point where he's got a lot of his favored units, yeah, Palladium goes down for him. So he's thinking something kind of similar, funnily enough. And he'll be putting down a Watchdog for anti-drop at the extremis of the base. you tried. Yeah, well, you were up against Sicky. And then you were also up against... Thunder Slaps after that. Slaps can be a real scary guy. Especially best of 1. That's like the nightmare. I hope he participates in Acropolis 5. I think he's going to be a really entertaining player. And he should be able to make it in. He should be able to make it in. The only question is if he'll have the availability. He's like part of the crew that could be Class 2. It just needs to keep on gaming, keep on playing. So the Phalanxes are arriving for Crankendow. Hamano has 3 in production, so this isn't as dire as it initially will look, and he's going to be able to repair it a little bit, but obviously the splash damage is pretty considerable. So just airlifting it isn't too bad. Vultures can still pressure. There's 2 Goliaths in the Lodestone. Ah, he's trying to like land it away from the Phalanx deployment position. Oh, but now you can siege the Lodestone. This is very bad indeed. Okay, first Phalanx for Hamano. Able to deploy. He needs to be at a bit more of a range. This is going to be a very tight fight and a very chaotic one, too. There he goes. He's going to go for it now. The Goliaths are out of the Lodestone. Not quite out of the anchor yet. And, okay. One of his Phalanxes are going to go down? No. Well, yes, actually. It's a splash damage. Repairs are going to start to come out. Vulture's coming in to try to get some more economic damage. Crankendow is still very far behind. No expansion for him. If he doesn't win with this push, it's going to be pretty hard for him to win at all, is the feeling. He'll have to do considerable damage for this to turn into another kind of game than what it is right now. More Goliaths rotating down the ramp. Just off of the rally, they are taking a lot of damage. And at the very least, it looks like the Vultures have been cleared. We still have a considerable Phalanx count here. Hamano going for multiple star pads. Yeah, where's the anti-air? There's none. Get some Wraiths out off of your one base, your superior worker count. Ministry has begun for Crankendow. That's the insurance policy. But he's setting up the containment. Anchor floating back over. Units being patched up by some Masons. He's going to scoop a couple of Goliaths out. Is he going to use it? Okay. He's basically going to do what like Protoss will do versus these kinds of containments sometimes in PvT StarCraft 1. And he's going to try unloading... ferrying his units out here to maybe go for a flank or a counter push. Goliaths are going to scoot themselves away from the minerals. That was scouted, I think, by Crankendow. Vulture dancing, trying to dodge some shots. That Vulture's going to get cleared out as more units are being ferried by the burning anchor. Okay, Crankendow's now got to account for this. He's moving some Phalanx over. Oh, loses one immediately. Another is in range. Oh yeah, this is not what he wants, I think. He's going to lose 2 Phalanx for that. And I'm pretty sure this one is targetable, as long as he's got vision. Yeah. Does he lose another Phalanx to this? I mean, obviously they got a lot of health. Ooh, some direct hits though. That's it. So the Ministry is done for Crankendow, but what's his defense network looking like? He's got 1 Vulture and a lot of mines. This run by with 4 Volts could definitely do some damage. He's trying to head back in with 1 more Vulture. Looks like Phalanxes finish up. Yeah, Hamano actually gets a little bit of cold feet there because of all the mines. He might, you know, Crankendow might hemorrhage a few too many of these. He's going for Trojans, not for what I thought. I thought he was going to go for Wraiths. So he's not really broken the containment right now. But what is he planning on with all these Trojans? He's made a lot of them. Cyclops, he's basically just throwing the kitchen sink. I'll keep my Phalanxes here for defense and then drop everything else in your base and see if I can kill you that way. Trying to do some lateral thinking. Still no anti-air. Finally a Goliath is being made by Crank. Maybe shoot down this anchor that's spotting. And ferrying. These 2 Goliaths are out here in the middle of nowhere. They're going to get aggroed in, though. So well, that's at least one of them. A little unfortunate, but it's advance warning, right? He knows where some units are being pushed. So there's still more room for other units if need be, but yeah, looks like he's going to go with that. 5 almost fully complete. It's 4.5 Trojans in terms of what the cargo is in there. A lot of Cyclops and Goliaths. A couple Vultures as well. This Vulture might be able to catch the Trojans. Yes, it will catch vision of the Trojans. Crankendow should know now that he's under attack. He's going to start a Watchdog. Is he going to rotate any units back home? No, he's not. Did he miss it? Vulture's now going to also maybe link up with the attack force on the front. Or no, he's going to ferry them into the main base. Now the Watchdog will actually spot these over the cliff, I think. Or maybe not. No, it won't. Just barely. Crankendow trying to patrol for every possible option here. You got a lot of lobotomy mines for any run-bys. That's kind of cute. I would love Wraiths to be the play here, but immediate evacuation as the Trojans pick things up. Some deployed Phalanxes need to be considered. Hanmano loading up some of those Vultures from before. Gonna go ahead and unload them here, but they're just getting shellacked by the Phalanxes. An unload, lift off, and the Palladium is destroyed. There will be no more Phalanx for Crankendow. What a slobber knocker of a TVT, dude. Sicky trying to make it so that our grand final has 2 professional RTS players in it this weekend wage. He scoops up just about everything there. He knocked out the Palladium, and now they're both only on 1 base. How cute is that? Wraiths are being made by Hamano. Fulcrum at the front can be disrupted here for sure. He's actually going to deploy the Phalanx too and bomb out a few of those. Oh man, if we could get some lobotomy mines onto those Phalanxes, this could be even deadlier. Some of those Crankendow mines could have popped himself a little bit there. And there we go. Okay, all of the military there has been cleared out. Reinforcements are a little bit sparse now, as Crankendow lost a Fulcrum that was in production. He's got to land his Ministry, do what he can, but now, yeah, there's Phalanxes on the other side. It's a little bit awkward. Still, he's out of range now. Crankendow just sort of methodically pushing back, but again, there is no anti-air here, right? He's got 3 Goliaths, but they're on the other side of the map, so yeah, he's going to need to have to pull away there. Gonna see if he can chase down that 1 Phalanx, but he takes a lot to kill. Goliaths aren't coming with him, so maybe a missed opportunity to defend that guy? Yeah, they'll still defend him, he's fine. More Wraiths picking off more Phalanx, forcing the evacuation. Maybe now we can get onto 2 bases for Hamano. He's got a huge mineral bank right now. Barely producing anything. Definitely could have been making more units. The Vulture goes down on patrol. He can definitely maybe... he can think about a counterattack with the Wraiths, right? You can see the mech army now thinking about rotating over there. And Hamano lands his Ministry! Back up to 2 bases after the opening of the match. Oh, the Wraiths could actually sabotage the 3rd base here. So Wraith cloaking works very differently now. All cloaking for Terrans is proximity-based and permanent. So not energy-based. So as long as you're not near an enemy unit, you will have cloaking. Obviously right now, the Wraiths are not demonstrating cloak because they're really close to all of these ground units, so a bit of a problem there. Trying to hug the right side to keep as many of his wraiths alive, but one of them will still falter. More wraiths being sent across, the lobotomy mines decloaking them based on proximity. Ministry getting set up here. We are 14 minutes in, and it feels like we're 5 minutes in with these base counts and worker numbers. I mean, maybe not 5 minutes, but, you know, we've definitely seen some arrested development in this TVT. Very entertaining. Pretty good phalanx numbers on both sides right now. The Palladium has not yet been rebuilt by Krankendow, so each phalanx represents a loss he will not truly recover from for some time. He's only got 8 to his name. The count for Hanmano, unsurprisingly, is higher at 11, and rising with every move. A lot of Goliaths have been made. That chance that they'll do much of anything versus the phalanx count. These Trojans are mostly empty, so this is sort of a fake if it gets spotted at all. Yep, it will be prioritized here. A moment there. This third base was completed. Oh, it's not a fake. He's going to scoop some of these units up and then just load them into the main base again. Why not? Or maybe he'll prepare for a more appropriate attack. Low ground third denied. Krankendow is going to have to lift off his own ministry, though. More of the units are going to be loaded up as additional Trojans arrive. He's already entrenched his phalanxes, and he will be going for the production. Well, Krankendow's going to march down on the phalanxes over here. Vulture stack isn't going to be able to do much versus all those Goliaths. All the phalanxes pretty much were deployed, and yeah, every single one of those pesky fulcrums will be expunged. He left out of the lobotomy mine. He's still spotting it with his Trojan. GG is called as Krankendow knows he can't make it up the ramp on that condition. Oh, man. Hanmano's too good. Our pro players making it to the grand finals. After some time and consideration, we have determined that it will be Hanmano to face Siki. It's PVT time, boys. We go right back to Crisis Vector. Final best of 3 asks Hanmano. Yes, the answer is yes. Atlas is only useful because he lets you build data. That's not true. Starports. Starports were good. No one play Escozy? Godwheat was supposed to, but he had to back out last minute. Our final best of 3 will now commence. The grand final. Who will be taking it? The performance today has been immaculate. Hanmano only losing 1 TVT to Krankendow. And it doesn't look like he didn't drop anything in the bracket stage versus in the lower bracket there. Not a single match. Not a single match was dropped by Hanmano after the match against Crank. So, looks like a narrow victory for Crank early on, and then he 2-0'd Newt and 2-0'd... well, he beat Sausage, first of all, TVP. Then he 2-0'd Newt and 2-0'd Krankendow. So, rough stuff. Also worth noting, Hanmano already knows about the Atreus because he fought against Sausage, and Sausage built that. And then he asked some questions about it, even though Hanmano was still able to clutch out that victory. Very nice. Very nice. Two-gate here from Siki as the Protoss Hungarian, because, you know, he's switching off of Zerg, but he'll switch back to Zerg next time, he says. So here it is, yellow Protoss in the bottom right. Hamano, the Fern Green Terran as ever. Going for one Folk so far, we'll see if he adds a second. And he's a Goliath fan, so I'm sure he'll be carrying the torch of Terran far. Two pro players from two different versions of StarCraft playing it out, duking it out, have at ya in Cosmonarchy. I mean, that's just cool, isn't it? That's just nifty. There will be a one Folk expand here for Hanmano. Could be a little bit brittle, the early pressure, but maybe Siki won't be opting for that necessarily. He did waypoint his Dracodon pretty far across the map last time when he was up against... Was it Krankendow on Crisis Vector? I think so. Vulture dancing. Has a couple of mines left in it. Hamano struggling a little bit on that micro decision making. The first Hierophant is out, followed by more Dracodons. If it is a Vulture heavy push, then that could be a problem, but an Anchor gets started. And of course the Ministry is here with only one Fulcrum, so there will not be early aggression from Hanmano. It's actually a little difficult for me to remember how the match went on, was it Knife's Edge versus Krankendow? We did cast that, right? Like, I just eliminated that one from my mind, apparently, but... Oh yeah, that was the Lattice into Atreus build. Yeah, I remember now. That was an interesting matchup. I think Krankendow just maybe got a little bit befuddled by the army movement of Siki. But it was pretty decisive. Siki definitely sends it when it's time. He will end up losing a little bit of chip damage onto that Dracodon, thanks to the Vulture Mine. And it looks like Hamano wants to just go. He wants to push the envelope here, pull the trigger, and he is just going to do it, forcing another Dracodon to fall away. Now, will Hamano really see red in this situation to move across the map? The Nexus is halfway complete. Only 2 Dracodons back at home and 2 more being made. So, like, in theory, I could see that actually working out for him if he wanted to go for that push. He could bring the Anchor and everything, but isn't going to make it happen yet. That felt intimidating, though, did it not? Like, he didn't just, like, get the mine going and then start attacking. He unloaded that Anchor immediately and started stutter stepping with the Gauls. It was good. I also have no idea about what people's actual races are going to be after this tournament. For a while, Ayud was playing Escozy, but he did sign up to this one as Protoss, so obviously he wasn't able to make it, but would have been cool to see even more Toss. Siki making it to the grand final back-to-back as Protoss. He's done Protoss before as well. He has flirted with it before before Acropolis 4 and all that, so kind of interesting. Witness coming up for Siki. 2 more gateways as well. Hamano's pretty good at keeping enough units in the pipeline here, so the macro side of it should be a bit more of a formidable challenge for Siki. But he's already experimented with that Stargate composition that I thought was really nifty. And that's how he beat Krankendow on this map. It was an interesting match. A little bit down to the wire, considering how aggressive Siki was being, trading his armies through. It felt like a Zerg player playing Protoss in that way, right? Not only going for the air stack, but making a ton of units and just like losing all of them. Most Protosses try to keep their army alive. Not Siki, though. Not as much. So going up to 5 Folk with the Palladium means Hamano will definitely be flexing the Phalanx. The Witness has arrived to spy on poor Hamano. Got a Watchdog off to the side. Ministry all ready for base number 3, just macroing up. 7 worker leads so far. Warden inside the natural. Some modest defense. And you can see Siki's aware of the potential for drops. But the star pad only now beginning. Sometimes you'll not see something, but feel like it's going to be there, and so you're just like, where did he put it? But he hadn't even put it down yet in that case, so... Tiki now moving... Is this going to be a ninja base? No, he's just going to go ahead and take the 6 o'clock. Okay. I really respect that Tiki always takes the safe base on this map. He never goes for the 2 gas, double gas on the low ground, very early on at all. Grand Library will be empowered by the Crucible, as well as some of these gateways, so that's cool. Starting to get in a host of zealots. We've got, what is this? 8 Goliaths, if you count the ones in the anchor. Some Phalanx is starting to populate. And a few Vultures also being added into the mix for a couple of mines here and there. Eventually, this Ministry will lift and land at the double gas base, it would seem. But Siki already watching 12 o'clock with the Witness. That's also a good way to make sure there's no drop attack coming from that angle. Vulture will slip the net. Siki just keeping tabs on what's going on there. Herald's starting to come into picture. The Heralds are really good into Phalanx because any unit that dies within vision range of the Herald will speed up the rest of the Protoss army. Similar to how the Ecclesiast or the Vassal does, or the Servitor, if you know that unit. Amana laying a mine here at the double gas low ground. And it looks like 6 o'clock is warping in about halfway complete there on the Nexus. Vulture going to wrap around just to see the Warden finish up, so... Zealots are pretty quick to also respond to that. And the Vulture will barely get away with its life. Strider's waiting for any movement from Hanmano, as he had 6 more Fulcrums. I think we've seen the termination point of what he really wants. He's adding more Ministries in the low ground, and Siki hasn't actually seen that yet. The Phalanxes push away some of the Striders. Mason's thinking about rallying forward as well, but they actually second-guess themselves after seeing so many units there. Siki just moving his 12 o'clock Witness on a patrol route now, spreading out a few more. The Scribe is earmarked for the top left. I don't think this is going to be an expansion. It would be a really interesting ninja base to take. But he might go ahead and put down a pylon or some Wardens there or something. Rallying some more workers down to the 6 o'clock. And he's got some Dracodons that'll come in here and see the Ministry in action. So that'll force a lift. Amano a little bit punished from the greed. All the Masons will be going down. Really no casualties, a little bit of chip damage onto the life of that Hierophant. But he got to laugh a little bit, so I don't think it matters too much. More Atreus is being made. Grand Libraries galore. Interesting. This has been a fairly low-action game after the early stages. Ministry for base number 4 now starting, and Hamano is returning to the scene of the crime there at the low ground double gas. He's already scouted the 3rd base is up with that Vulture, so he knows that he's maybe a little bit behind the economic curve now that we've hit the 3rd base timing. So he puts down his 4th faster, and we've got a lot of Atreuses being made. Now, Phalanx and, of course, Matador. Our Atreus count isn't enormous, right? Only 4. We have those Heralds as well. This is a nice mixed army, and the Ministry is once again under duress, so it's going to get repaired and just land immediately again. The Matador is coming in to help deal with some of those Zealots. Anseal's providing detection to deal with the Witness as well, so that's already dead. Not that it matters too much right here, as there's no cloaked threats for Siki to worry about. And as the Phalanx is entrenched into the position, this is going to force Siki to take a more guarded plan of action. He's got his Witnesses canvassing for other positions, and yeah, the Pylons, the Wardens, they're blocking the position of the town center here. This is just to make it so that it's harder for drops to go there undetected. And if you look at it, it's really easy for Siki to establish full dominion over the middle of the map. Man, he's got a lot of Grand Libraries making all kinds of units. Heralds, Amaranths, and we saw the Atreus count. Another Witness going down thanks to the presence of those Anseals. Of course, the Matadors and the Blackjacks are starting to come in as well. A 2nd star pad. We will probably see a lot of drops from Hamano as we get into the 10-minute mark. And yeah, Anseal's flying in. That's going to be a nice situational counter to the Atreus, as it does block the application of Binding Plasma, which is their new passive that spreads the shots over time. So, 5 Phalanx. We are going to get some more of those, almost assuredly. Oh no! Ah, let me out! Wah! I think I know what happened here. This is probably... Oh, they will eventually come out, surely. Yeah, look, the Matador got them free anyway. This is probably an issue that Jujic put a lobotomy mine here, a spider mine here, and then just never actually made sure it was sealed off, so I'm pretty sure that's just something that has to be fixed in the map. Interesting that it took so long for that to be fixed. Or found, I guess, but then fixed after. He can go ahead and use Trojans to lift that off, but right now he's got bigger problems as Sicky is pressuring him. It's not a huge chunk of his army that's stuck over here, and most of them have actually decollided already, so it looks like he'll be alright on that front without actually needing to invest much more. Sicky actually runs in, but there are no phalanxes deployed over here. The Matador's going to try their best as well. Let's see those ant seals to shield some of the phalanx, but yeah, at the end of the day, this isn't too bad here. He did lose a lot of masons, though, and more phalanxes are going to need to come forward. It's good that the Ministry is still not landed yet, because he is going to need that maneuverability. Trying to pressure some of those Dracodons away with the Blackjack Pea Shooter. And it looks like all of his units have freed themselves from that stasis. So isn't that good? Huge amount of phalanxes here. But Sicky setting up for his 5th base, his 4th at the double gas, already on the way. Another pretty large army rotating off to the right-hand side. Going to go ahead and clear these power generators, a little bit more maneuverability, but 12 o'clock already under attack by Sicky, and 3 more gateways being added, by the way, so he is going to scale up more of his man mode Protoss production. At the same time, Hamano is threatening a pretty big push in the lower middle, so Sicky's just going to knock out the lower gas base, and he's going to opt for the base trade. Hamano, you've got a lot of work to do, my friend, and this does not look very favored for you. He's got his Blackjacks and Matadors already laying siege to the Protoss Natural. But there are multiple armies coalescing here. Masons are evacuated into the bottom right. And we might be in an elimination race. He's got enough bank that he can still do something. Oh, Sicky's actually waypointing some units a little bit lackadaisically here. He's also the one that we got the hash from, but we'll investigate that a little bit later. Atriuses are coming in to try to clutch this position out, but it might not matter as the phalanx count is surely going to be cleared. I don't think that Hamano can hold this. He airlifts his fulcrums. Anseal's taking a lot of fire off to the right-hand side, and he needs to get his units through this natural choke point up the ramp. More pylons have been added. He's waypointing his units off to the right-hand side. The Ministry will go down. Fulcrums are stacked up. Actually, did any of them make it out? Yo, okay, he's hiding a lot of them in the corner there. I can't believe Sicky's in this kind of position. He is going to queue up some more units, and he has banked a couple of them off to the right-hand side. But I don't think he's going to be able to actually crush this army necessarily. There's so many phalanx here. He is amassing for a potential chance to, but he has to wait for them to come out of the main base. Or go so far into the main base. Oh, Hamano, your units are so very stuck. Where did his Masons go? They're in this base, right? I think I see a few. I actually don't know where most of them went. Well, in any event, Sicky is going to start pressuring, but the phalanxes are now deploying, so this is going to be a shellacking. He's going to need to fall away using that Herald passive. This is a real strange situation. So a Ministry gets started here. That is in range for Sicky to do something about. He hasn't quite found the units floating up. And of course he doesn't have the ability to attack them with any air units yet. You can see what he's maybe thinking about doing here. Maybe he can go for a Stargate? Waiting on something to commence further. He's now going to try to attack. That's what he's going to focus on here. See if he can just crush him with that. Hamano looking for snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. His phalanx line is impossible. 22 phalanxes. And Sicky's army is going to evaporate. The Ministry being remade up here in the high ground as well. All of the Grand Libraries have been disabled. The witness is going to spot the fulcrums floating up here, surely.
I think trying to attack all of the phalanxes was definitely an error. He's now in his position where he's making a gateway up there. He's gonna see what else he can make, but I don't know, dude. This is a tough one because we did also get a hash, and for me, I got Sicky's printout. Yeah, the rest of his army gonna get cleared out here. Now that his army is gone, I actually don't know if he can possibly clear it. You can see him starting to build a lot of extra bases all over the place. He's warping in an Argosy. I mean, he might not... it's hard to say, right? I don't actually know what he's seeing, if he's seeing the same reality. Because it could be that I'm out of sync with the players, too. That's the other possibility here. But even notwithstanding, I think we probably can't call this one in favor of Sicky. Or force a... I think you have to give it to Hamana, because there's not anything that Sicky can possibly build up here to face the army. It's hard to say, though. It's really contested. Well, the Argosy's coming up. Warden's being made. All right. Once that pylon goes down, really nothing to worry about over here. He's restarting a fulcrum. All right, the ant seals cannot face all of those. Argosy hasn't queued anything up yet. Well, the fulcrums are landing. Again, there's no ground army to contest them either, so this is not looking too good. His gateway is warden, remaking some more stuff, but he is going to lose 6 o'clock. Jeez, waypointing the scribes onto the phalanx. What a game, dude. Amato distance mining from Sicky's depleted base. Oh no, the rally on the Atreus. Yeah, I think this is where we're starting to see how far afield the game actually is, right? Because Sicky's got a lot of money in the bank, but he's not spending it. That tells me that this is not that tells me that this is not one that's going for sure. Yeah, this is kind of what I feared, but oh shit! Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We're gonna have to after that one, dude. DQ from calling it carrier? No, I can't do that to him. Well, let's see if they can do it again. Sorry, Ma, I'm gonna be late. Pro players are playing my game. With yeah, immediately. Oh, you have Solarian? Hanmano definitely wins that. There was no... I think it's too contested if he has that kind of tech out, if he actually made it. And he made the Argosy, but he didn't. For us, he didn't make any units out of it. That's definitely what it was. That's too bad. We'll hopefully be able to use the errors generated by that to, investigate that. But no, understand looking at it from our POV, you'd say that, Adam. It definitely wasn't true. If there's a Solarian out, he can just hunt down all of the production. He can kill the one Goliath that was still with the army or whatever it was, and then just lay into it. So he also had gateways and stuff around the map. It sucks. I wish that one had just completed as it was, because that was an exciting game. We'll just have to do once more with feeling, and we have different colors now for Sicky. He is the Ultramarine Protoss in the bottom right, and Amana, the Fern Green Terran, in the top left. I did like both of their openers, and I thought that they played an interesting, more passive game that led to more macro stuff. But I have a feeling Hamano's going to switch it up and to be more aggressive. But we'll see how that goes. Well, oh, dog, you said no stopping Hanmano, and so I had to explain that there was. You probably meant to say no stopping Siki. But yeah, if there's a Solarian out on the field, it's really, really hard for the Terran. It's really, really hard. Would my mom be stoked for you that pros play my game? Yes, my mom would be stoked for me that pros play my game. My mom is stoked for me. I told my mom about the grand final going all 7 games and how like I did my best to quickly spin it into a narrative where I was explaining how like we had a homegrown player who had already won an Acropolis and was in the finals of the one before this one and managed to fight his way all the way up, and he's in the impossible matchup. I explained like PVZ and how it's like really difficult for P according to everybody in the time, and I think I just said like the technological aliens against the bugs, and they just can't beat the bugs. Or something like that. And so I did explain it in a, she doesn't know the game in that detail, but she knows the game and she knows sports, she knows competition and stuff like that, and so narratives and all that. So she was excited for me. This is why you play bio for faster games. Yeah, it is honorable. Double Folk, and we do have a third one off to the side here. The Vultures are laying mines. So yeah, this is a much more committed early game from Hamano, as suspected. Yeah, if you're just joining us and you were watching that previous version of the game, we had a very interesting base race that unfortunately was desynced. So then we couldn't see the result. It would have been pretty hype, and I think Siki would have ultimately gotten the win, knowing that he had a Solarian out, but it was a little bit too close to call, and we don't even know what Hanmano would have seen differently or done differently at that point. It was way too close. I do think Siki made a huge mistake trying to attack into that base, though. That was awful. But he's all right now, except for the fact that 4 Vultures are careening towards his natural, and all he's got is a Hierophant out on the map. So this might be a little bit of a gut punch. He might just go into the next map down pretty early after a very committed Vulture attack. Some mines get laid. He's going to go ahead and probably clear that Scribe. One more shot from the Vulture would have done it. Now he's working on the Pylon just to do some damage to something, and one less thing that he's got to, be attack moving instead of the units. Draconins reveal the things around them when they attack, any unit does, so gotta watch out for that. Oh, Scribe actually is going to clear a couple of the mines. That's pretty good from Siki. Nebli-esque. And we are on to 9 Vultures right now, so still could be a committal. Third gateway on the way, and more Draconins coming. I feel like this has been held, but we have to see what else Hamano is planning. Is he ever going to add another Fulcrum? Is he going to go even further committed to this? Is he going to change it up and go Goliath? What's his plan? GG Adam, thank you so much for hanging out so long. We had quite a bit. And thank you for the kind words. Well, Scribe's going down for sure. Or is it? I guess it'll stay alive, but the Draconins surely won't. This Vulture count is enormous, dude. I don't think Siki's going to be able to handle this one. Hierophant will be popped, and now he's down to 3 Dracs with only 1 on the way. Yeah, the Vulture committal definitely got him. He did not put down any static defense around his Nexus. That's what the Pylon would seem like it's for. He's now pulling the workers, but yeah, he can't do it. GG. Hamano uppercuts and finishes the job where he started. We will be going to Hanmano's map pick. Where's Pronogo's mom's coffee page? Don't even start, Godwin. Don't you even dare. He's got to use the bathroom, but he has picked Corrosion for his second map. This is the one that Siki forfeited on after trying to hide a rogue gallery in Krankenda's base. We'll probably won't see the same idea. Well, if you send me the money, I'll make sure she gets it. We are still raising money for Acropolis 5. Streamlabs.com/Pronogo to support that initiative. Any dollar amount will help. Never mind, my sister is sieged in toilet, says Hamano. Okay. Alright, we're going into our second map. Hanmano up 1-0 over Siki. I can't say I didn't expect something kind of like that, where, you know, Siki gets a little bit uncomfortable in the early game if Hanmano does the right moves. Will he double down on that aggression, or is he going to try to go back to his more macro-oriented stuff, where Siki had a little bit more of the ability to compete, it feels like. This is what possibly could be our final game of Weekendwage 16, where we had 16 players vie for dominance. Only one can be the winner. Only two can be the Hanmano versus Siki continues. Our forest green Protoss in the top left is facing off against our fern green Terran in the bottom right. Isn't that cool? Isn't that exciting? Gateway for Siki. Hanmano is yet to make a move. Is he Ministry first? He's not mining any gas. I think he's Ministry first after that. Yeah. Oh! Never mind! Huh! Let's go! Bio time, baby! Stockade on the way. Scribe is scouting, by the way, so Siki is going to be aware of what's happening now. He will not lose to that 3 folk nonsense again. Oh, Hanmano, you beautiful, beautiful motherfucker. What are you going to do with this? He's actually hiding one of his stockades. Scribe has pretty good vision range, though, so he will see it if he chases the Mason off to the side here. Oh, he's actually going around. Okay, yeah, now he sees it for sure. The Scribe's like, damn, there's a lot of stockades happening. I'm in danger. Hey, it will be a Maverick. I'm usually going Cyprian, but no gas, so can't really do that. I'm not sure what's happening yet, but Hanmano will probably put down another stockade. Yeah, okay, there it is. He's got his one Maverick. Is he just going to spam nothing but Mavericks? That could work. Siki only has the one Drac, going for a Zealot after. This is actually the Shambler build. When Shambler plays Terran, he will do stuff like this, just non-stop Maverick. So, I'm just saying, Hanmano might do this. Hanmano might pull this off. It's so funny, Hanmano versus Siki as Zerg, he went for, like, Vulture Man spam and defeated Siki that way in the Battlement stage. That was back on Quasar Quartet Crossspawn, I think it was. And he managed to win. And so he did it again, now, versus Siki in the grand final of this Weekendwage. But the Mavericks keep on coming out. Okay, Vestry coming out. It'll be Maverick Cleric. He stopped mining gas after getting enough for the Vestry. This is a bio M&M build, dude. This is Maverick Cleric. Here we go. We don't have MC playing in our community, but it would be pretty cool if he did. However, we could call this the MNC. You know, Maverick Cleric. All right, Warden at the high ground, expecting to hold the bio. Kabbalist now leaving the building. There won't be any detection here, although I guess if he gets enough gas, he could do the Lodestone. He's just doing a bunch of clerics, and then he's probably just going to waypoint Mavericks across. Would not surprise me one bit if Hamano just pulled the Masons as soon as the Cabalists attacked. Just like went for it, you know? The only way you can actually detect this guy right now is to attack your own unit with a Huracan and splash it, and then it would be detected, but... I don't think he saw that. Yeah, the little flutter there is not going to be seen. That being said, is he going to turn around as this happens? I mean, surely you just send rally units out, right? Oh, he's just trying to fight him with the masonry. That's funny. Good targeting here from Siki. Lodestone gets put down. Takes hardly any time to make the Lodestone, so this should be fine. You can one-shot Mavericks with a Kabbalist, so... Definitely get a little bit spooked by that one. See? Alright, here we go. The pre-stim is in. No splash damage here, and the Huracan leads the charge. Need another stim pack here for those Mavs. One cleric already going down. The Huracan needs to be reset. Vestry's going to get popped here. Nice work from Siki picking off that vulnerable target. No more gas for Hamano either, so he's going to be a little bit hard-pressed here. I feel like he could still pressure with this amount of bio at the front. He's just being real cautious about it. And he's going to lose his window. Still shirking responsibility. Another Mason dead. Cabal's just, you know, doing what he can. Oh! Hey! Oh, never mind. Almost, though. Alright, Draconins and the Charlatan to start multiplying. Down goes the Huracan very quickly. Doesn't even get a flame attack off to help the Mavericks deal with those tanky zealots. There goes the Clerisy. Except that's an Escozy term, so I can't say that. But you know what I mean. And yeah, Siki will go ahead and get ready for an expansion. Hamano hasn't scaled his production, hasn't started harvesting gas again. And now his bio charge forward. I think clear out the Hierophant pretty quickly. There's another one where that came from, but yeah, GG's called. He's out of steam. We go to game 3. Siki makes sure we are not done yet. All right. I want him to do the bio push again, but he probably won't, because now it's first place on the line. This is Hamano's best placement, I believe. I don't think he's reached second place before. I'd have to double check the records. But... it will be Impulsion. Let's see if Hamano can make it into the lobby before he makes it into the toilet. Well, he made it into the lobby. Oh, that's the... There's your answer. And this will be our last map of Weekendwage 16. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us for the biggest event that Weekendwage has ever seen. We are almost 4 hours deep. I hate whoever designed DT, says Hamano. Colon D is my only reaction. Alright, let's do it, boys. Hamano versus Siki one final time to determine the winner of our event. It's Hamano's Fern Green Terran in the top left, Siki's Ultramarine Protoss in the bottom right. Time for Impulsion, a map by Biddy B. Krankendow did indeed win money. He won $10. I will put that towards the prize pool of Acropolis 5. Thank you, good sir, since you're giving it back to me. I can only hope like Hamster, Arbuz, and Crank always win the Weekend Wage stuff, because then I get all the money back. Perpetual Motion Machine if you just fund Weekend Wage over and over again, but we are funding something different now. Funding Acropolis 5 prize pool. And it will feature Siki as Zerg. You know, as usual. The unpredictability of Hanmano is returning to a focused observation of mech, collapsing the waveform into a single point of data. And it will be a second fulcrum as well. Almost assuredly. Oh, he builds it off to the side. That's pretty good, actually, because this maybe looks like a one fulc expand, and Siki's busy trying to heckle the Mason. The second gateway with a Draconin already on the way. How long do you get before the... Yeah. Is he going to chase him? Well, the fulcrum's done, so maybe not. Because I feel like this is too easily scoutable. Yeah, so Siki's aware of it now. He knows it's not the typical. They might not go for any early aggro. You can see Siki maybe trying to sneak around. Yeah, I don't think the Vulture saw that. Yeah, that's pretty good. If he goes any further than this, though, he will be scouted, of course, by the quote-unquote hidden fulcrum. What a guy, dude. Sneaky. Sneaky Siki. Obviously, what he needs to do now is build a pylon, get one Legionnaire up here to attack the pylon, and then get all of his other Legionnaires that he makes to jump up into here. Stonks, dude. Discount is cozy right there. Hope all of your funding and your emergencies are more pleasant and more affordable soon, Newt. I hope your health also improves, for that matter, but best wishes for everybody who plays Cosmonarchy, I tell you that much. Siki has somehow gotten his scribe into the way back now. I don't really know what's going on there. And I believe he has scouted the triple Fulk, so he's going to put a Warden down for safety and start up his Zealot Strider comp. Going up to a heavy amount of Vultures, Siki could get hoisted just like on Crisis Vector. But, oh, the Scribe actually scouted the move out, so he's aware. Oh, he's very aware. He's going to have a witness for the mines. Oh.
I'm interested in these StarCraft mods. Vulture is flying low.
Hell yeah, dude. The Vulture has a thruster now. It explains why it's hovering and moving in. We appreciate your donation. $30,000 is... Let me find out here. I think that's like $15 or something. Oh, 20 bucks, yeah. Thank you. From DSK 7300. And we even have a Korean pro gamer playing right now, Hanmano. South Korean from the StarCraft 2 pro scene, actually, but up against Siki, a foreign Hungarian European pro from StarCraft 1. And he's off-racing as Protoss. They'd already been tied up 1-1. Hanmano using this Vulture build, but a bit more aggressively to defeat Siki in Game 1. Then Siki outlasted the bio. Now has to deal with all the Vultures. Well, he's going to try to go after the Draconins. Our Dragoon equivalent here that actually does indeed turn to face its opponent. The Hierophants are here in the back line as well. And Siki just waiting to macro out another rally. Couldn't quite get his natural secured, but Hanmano is very, very committed. No Ministry from the Terran. He's got a couple of Goliaths as a backline. Pylon to expand the build radius here, as more gateways are going to be necessary to survive this attack and to push back. But honestly, I feel like Siki might be close to out of the real issue here. He's got his witness for mine detection. So those stunning mines, the lobotomy mines here that disable your units like lockdown, but only for 3 seconds and not for the eternity that lockdown usually lasts for. They shouldn't be able to outmuscle what Siki already has. He's got a healthy amount of Dracodons, and he looks to be going for the Atreus. Another Warden for defense. Ministry has been put down, a little bit misplaced, but that's okay. Hamano can always airlift it back later. Star pad on the way for Hamano. Ooh, down his Vulture goes. Little fadeaway shot. You get extra range when on top of a cliff, so this range circle here is actually a little bit higher, a little bit wider for the sake of the weapon range. The Witness will confirm the natural timing here, and so that should allow Siki some confidence as his first two Atreuses are queued up. That pretty soon he should be able to break this. The opposition from Hamano won't be as heavily effective. He's clearing more of the mines, just kind of dancing right now with those Striders. That is kind of what you want, right? You want to just clear the mine backlog so that your Zealots can get in there and screw them up. 3 more on the way. One of them is... 2 of them are already on the field. It's pretty sick to have so many custom models for Cosmonarchy, I'll tell you that much. Well, his Witness didn't quite extend far enough to see those lobotomy mines down, but past the gap. Alright, the Dracs are going to continue firing. This first Atreus is starting to take some damage. And the Goliaths are going to be the main source of power here for Hamano as his Vultures dry up. He's got 11 of the Goliaths, but the Dracodon count is way higher, and we still have Atreus here helping a little bit out with the bounce damage. There's a Zealot connection for that lobotomy mine stun. Huge value as he clears multiple extra Goliaths that came on in for a rotation. And that will be the end of the containment. Siki can now get ready for an expansion. Anseal is here to detect the Witness, and so the Goliaths will be able to shoot it down as soon as Hamano wishes for it. Ah, we even have some Amaranths here as well. So this is going to be really big for Siki. He's going to have a lot of staying power. This could be a deciding moment in our series, in our event. Anchors are being erected. Hamano went for a little bit of a greedy follow-up. The Witness goes down. There's another one where that came from. These other anchors really need time to finish, but it might not be enough as the... Oh man, those Amaranths took forever to go down. He's trying to mass repair the anchor. See if he can get the more Goliaths into that other one, but it means they weren't shooting while they were trying to walk towards it. And I think Siki has overwhelmed Hamano in the dying embers of this match. The workers get pulled, but he's still able to just focus down individual targets here. That's the second anchor being made, and he even has the lodestone, but nothing protects his main. And he only has 2 more Goliaths about to finish. I don't think they can get to the lodestone in time to matter. He's going to unload just about everything, pull all of the Masons, all the boys, and see if he can close off Siki's army. But at what cost will he survive? Repairing the Goliaths that are wounded is a good move. You can tell that Hamano really wants to have this still as an opportunity to win. But he is down to only 12 workers in this stack, 2 off to the side of the natural, and no money in the bank. Another max of Protoss units. Well, not max, but another band of them. Anchors are going to need to take in a better position here. The Witness is available. The Zealots can bomb out. There's no masonry down here to repair. Remember that too. So that repairs are likely going to be very advantaged. Siki calmly will just go ahead and take a third in this situation. And perhaps wait to rally the rest of the units over. I like the Zealot watching out 12, making sure no hidden base has been taken, making sure that there's no drop that's incoming from that angle either. But right about now, I think he's just fine to sit tight. There it is, the Nexus at 6 o'clock. Couple Wardens being put down there as well. In theory, these mines are telling Hamana there is no third base. Siki doesn't take the low grounds unless he really has to. He prefers the high ground defensive bases. A Zerg instinct from StarCraft 1, no doubt. And it is Siki's map pick here. So he, of course, does know Impulsion enough to pick it. Yeah, the anchors can lift off and land. You can't shoot while you're in the lifted off format. Liftoff always disables the functionality of structures, so all you can do is move during that state, but you can still transport units. You also have to land your tech structures if they unlock stuff, if you want them to provide the tech requirement there, so that's also another thing to keep in mind. Well, Hamana's trying to build back into the game, but Siki's going to pull the trigger on an attack, and the Masons are not available. A storm out of the Goliaths as well, and looks like the anchors will be taken care of. Hasn't quite figured out the cancel on the Psy Storm yet. There you go. He's going to go ahead and provide even more damage. Trying to focus down the Cantavis, but it doesn't matter. GG, well played. Hanmano concedes, and Siki is our Weekend Wage 16 champion. That was an excellent Weekend Wage. We had all kinds of cool games. And only one desync as far as I know, which is a pretty good ratio, all things considered. See if I can track down what happened to Devilius versus Cannoli where there was a crash. But beyond that, a very stable event. Bunch of very wonderful, wonderful gamers. GG's. Now Siki can play Zerg like he always wanted to. All right. Thank you for the $20, the 30,000 won there, DSK. I do appreciate the donation. I will put it towards the prize pool for Acropolis 5. That means that we are at $30, as Crankenow's given his $10 back. Thunderslap says good cast, so thank you, sir. And now, it's my mom's birthday time. So I will see you guys later, because it is just about exactly the time I said I would be free when I was making plans with her. So that's what we're going to do. I'll see you guys another time.